Chapter 721. But my two junior brothers were already possessed and were hunting down cultivators outside Cloud Mountain. How would I dare to stay on land? So I went all the way to the sea. Just as I was about to reach the East Sea, I ran into Junwuzi again. One chased and one fled, all the way to the end of the ocean. I had no choice but to escape into the Ruoshui. Li Yunxin nodded. There is indeed no other place to go. But he realized that this 10,000-year-old ancestor did not elaborate on what happened in Cloud Mountain back then. He said that it was because I said some good things to the two possessed junior brothers, causing them to suspect me. If it was a group of mortals, this would make sense. But at that time in Cloud Mountain should be the elites of Taoist sect. These elites knew cultivation. Could it be that he was the only one who could see that the two people might be saved? There must be a hidden story. But now is not a good time to ask about it. So Li Yunxin temporarily kept his doubts in mind. You should have heard that the Ruoshui can prohibit divine power. The 10,000-year-old ancestor said in a low voice, going deeper into the Ruoshui, the divine power will gradually fade. At that time, Zhan Wuzi's cultivation was far higher than mine. I only hoped that the Ruoshui could make him retreat. But my junior brother, perhaps because of an old grudge, did not let go. I could only go further and further. My divine power weakened. Zhan Wuzi's divine power also weakened. When he felt that there was no way to leave the Ruoshui, he stopped chasing and turned back. But at that time, I could not return. There is something in the Ruoshui that can slowly prohibit demonic power and spiritual power. It is not that the further you go, the stronger the power of the restriction. It is actually the same. It is just that the power of the restriction slowly seeps into the body. In fact, the longer you stay in the Ruoshui, the weaker your divine power. At that time, if I turned back, I would definitely lose all my spiritual power before leaving the Ruoshui and sink to the bottom of the sea. The Ruoshui cannot carry anything. I might have to walk thousands of miles underwater to return to the ocean. Actually, this is not unacceptable. But when I was in a dilemma, I saw an island in the Ruoshui. Li Yunxin said softly, "Is it the current lifeless immortal sect's encampment in the Ruoshui?" "Exactly." "Then if it's not convenient to go into detail, Patriarch, please skip it." The old man shook his head. "There's nothing I can't say." The island in the Ruoshui River was no ordinary island, just like Penglai, Fenghu, and Yingzhou. His position was uncertain. Dragon King might not be able to find it even if he wanted to. When I got on the island, I wanted to rest for a while before making a decision. But this rest lasted for several months. The island was huge, but there was nothing on it. It was as smooth as a mirror and as hard as iron. I took a few months off to understand one thing. It's hard for me to return to the celestial sect of wonders. When I escaped from the Cloud Mountain, I killed a lot of people. So there must be hatred between us. I'm afraid that at that time, in their eyes, I've also become a devil, just like Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi. But Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi know that I entered the Ruoshui. Perhaps they are waiting for me outside. If I go out, wouldn't I be courting death? Also, I was already 2,600 years old at that time. I was in the mysterious Shi realm. It was rare for me to live to 2,600 years old. If my cultivation base didn't improve, it would only take me a few decades to reach immortalization. Thinking about it this way, I felt that there was nothing to miss on the continent. As for the Devis, my two junior martial brothers almost killed their way to the Cloud Mountain, but they still didn't show up. For the first time, I had doubts about them. So, I decided to wait for death on this island. And I waited for more than 100 years. The 10,000-year patriarch smiled. "Dragon King, do you know why it's difficult for profound realm cultivators to live more than 3,000 years? Because there's too much spiritual qi." Li Yunxin had thought about this question before. So now he answered smoothly. The speed of body refinement can't keep up with the speed of spiritual qi. The meridians of profound realm cultivators are constantly adjusting their breathing. The only way to stop this is to disperse their cultivation base. But who would destroy their ocean of qi and mountain of snow to survive after reaching the profound realm? There's no chance for them to cultivate from the beginning. That's right. The 10,000-year patriarch nodded. I only have a few decades left in my lifespan, but I live for 100 years, and I feel more and more clear-headed. Thinking back to the days of cultivation, I was shocked to realize that I had cultivated a living person into a muddle-headed state. From this moment on, I realized for the first time that there might be a problem with the cultivation method passed down by the Devis. 40,000 years after me, the cultivators probably didn't have this kind of thought, because the heavenly heart technique has been perfected day by day, and there are very few omissions. And people's abandonment of lust is also a gradual process. When they give up some things in their hearts, their bodies will become stronger. The two affect each other and wash away their doubts. Alas, in fact, it's not only cultivators like this, but also mortals, using the things in one's heart to exchange for power or glory. The principle of the world is the same. In short, I guess it's because the Ruoshui sealed off my spiritual power. Since spiritual chi can't continue to fill my body, I naturally won't die. The body of a profound realm cultivator is almost indestructible. This body won't deteriorate. But at this time, I can't leave the Ruoshui even if I want to. Leaving the Ruoshui is tantamount to dying for me. So that's how you lived for 40,000 years. Li Yunxin let out a light breath. So that's how it is. Then it's also because of Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi that the Xianmen later forbade cultivators from cultivating the ghost Dao after death. Then the two of them later, the old man waved his hand. No hurry. Later, since I knew that I wouldn't die, and my mind gradually became clear, I wanted to do something. I thought about all the things that the Xianmen had done in the past. Although it said that they shepherded tens of thousands of people, when did they care about the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people? There was no real pity in my heart. I just acted according to instinct. I wanted to do something. First, I had to pass on my understanding and experience. When I killed my way out of Cloud Mountain, I had some magic treasures with me. They could let me leave that island, and there was a way to find my way back. Without the Ruoshui, I can still live for a few more decades. If I use it slowly, I can also do a lot of things. So I planned to find a successor. There are no people in the depths of the ocean, so I looked for demons. I found a few that I liked and brought them back to the Ruoshui to slowly train them. In this Ruoshui, I have the body of mysterious realm. No one can harm me. After another few hundred years, I've finally managed to train a few suitable ones. But they couldn't cultivate in the Ruoshui, so they could only go to the ocean. My lifeless immortal sect said that I had a lot of spies in the 9 seas. But in fact, it was mostly for cultivation. My sect gradually flourished, and I had people to use so I could send them to the land to gather information. It was at that time that I found out that Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi had actually disappeared from the world. At that time, nearly 1,000 years had passed. Those people 1,000 years ago, some died, and some were injured. In addition, the Xianmen were afraid that the future generations would imitate my 2 junior brothers to become ghost cultivators, so they deliberately covered up what happened that year, and in the end, almost no one knew. After that, there was Black by Yanjun in the world. Black by Yanjun is Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi. Li Yunxin asked, I'm not sure. The old man shook his head. I can only say it's possible. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. So you said that the Celestials are just people with a bit more power. Just because there was an oversight in the cultivation method they passed down before? Not just that. The old man was in a daze for a while. He then rubbed the teapot for a while. Later, my mind gradually became clear, and I recalled the situation when I received the celestial decree. When I was the sect leader, I received the decree 3 times. At that time, I was muddle-headed and only felt that the voice of the Celestials in my dreams was incomparably majestic, and I couldn't have any disrespectful thoughts. But later, when I gradually became clear-headed and recalled that time, it felt different. How different? That voice was not majestic. The old man spoke slowly, as if he was thinking while speaking. Instead, it should be incomparable anger and pain. Because of what pain, I don't know, but I feel that the anger was towards us. They were angry that our cultivation was too slow, too slow. In nearly 10,000 years, we have only cultivated a dozen mysterious realms. Li Yunxin nodded silently. Xie Sheng said that the Celestials asked people to cultivate to the Taishang level, just to get their bodies. The deduction of the 10,000-year ancestor and Xie Sheng corroborated each other. He indeed spoke the truth. At least what he said should be the truth. It was not his fault for being suspicious. It was just that he had always been in the midst of treacherous schemes and was really afraid of being schemed against. It was impossible for him to completely trust anyone so easily. Then what else? And what do you mean by you think they are people? Because I've seen something out of the ordinary. The 10,000-year ancestor looked at Li Yunxin and said in a deep voice, "It was also because of that matter that I knew that Dragon Island is not just a simple residence of Shinryu. It has another great use. It also let me know why the Celestials set up the profound ancestral court on Cloud Mountain. In fact, they wanted us to guard it." Guard what? Cloud Mountain itself. What is the unusual matter? The 10,000-year ancestor laughed. Dragon King must have heard of the Netherworld. You should also have heard that the entrance to the Netherworld is on Dragon Island. He pointed to himself. This statement was spread by me. Li Yunxin suddenly frowned. It was you who spread the false news. Huh. Dragon King is too suspicious. The 10,000-year ancestor waved his hand, motioning him to calm down. The news is not false, but my deduction. I originally did not want to spread it. But Dragon King should know one thing. Tens of thousands of years. Even if only a few people know, there will always be a time when it is accidentally leaked. And I originally did not intend to let it rot in my stomach. I have discussed it with a few proud disciples. Perhaps one of them had intentionally or unintentionally leaked the information. What I saw at that time could be called a glimpse of a leopard through a tube. After so many years, I also feel that my guess is correct. That matter happened about 40,000 years ago. At that time, I had already stayed in the Ruo Shui for more than 2,000 years. Chapter 722. The 10,000-year-old ancestor seemed to be preparing to talk about some important matters of the past. This was also what Li Yunxin wanted to know. Even if he couldn't completely believe the words of this old ancestor, he had to admit that this person in front of him seemed to be the one who understood the truth the most out of all the people he could come into contact with. But he naturally couldn't let down his guard completely, because this old ancestor came at the right time. If he showed up earlier, his understanding of certain matters was not that deep. These words of his would not attract too much interest. If he showed up later, he might have already confirmed a lot of information through other channels. It would become the icing on the cake. But it just had to be at this time, before going to the Dragon Island. What the old ancestor said was related to the Dragon Island. It could let him figure out what the Dragon Island was for. It could be said to be delivering charcoal in the snow. But on the other hand, if he really had ulterior motives, choosing to say it at this time was really too obvious. It was hard to see through the intentions of the old ancestor with just these inferences. All he could do was to listen quietly for now. So Li Yunxin raised his hand, hinting him to speak later. Then he used his divine ability to attach a layer of restriction on the outside of the room. This restriction could protect the two of them from being disturbed by external forces for the time being. As for the great sage in his ears, he didn't seem to care about these matters. The state of mind of a great sage was hard to understand. It wasn't something that ordinary people could speculate about. Just like Li Yunxin a year ago, how could he guess the thoughts of today's Li Yunxin? After doing all this, he nodded to the old man in front of him. There are no people who are listening now. Old ancestor, tell me in detail. The old man smiled. Dragon King is so serious. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I still haven't completely understood what I saw at that time. Some of them might even be regarded as nonsense by Dragon King. Does Dragon King really want to listen? Is there a lack of things in this world that people can't understand? Li Yunxin smiled. Please speak. Okay. At that time, my lifeless immortal sect had already begun to take shape. I was no longer alone. There are few disciples on the island, and they're all talented people that I have selected. Don't teach them spells and divine abilities first, but teach them how to be a person first. I named the island I was residing on as Lifeless Island. Because I entered the weak water, I felt that I was between life and death. Finding a way to live in a place where there was no way to live could be considered a joke of fate. The whereabouts of the lifeless island were uncertain, wandering in the Ruor River. Sometimes they almost wander to the ocean, and sometimes they run to the depths of the Roashue extreme. They might even lose contact with the magical weapons on the ocean. The lifeless island must be man-made. I once thought that there might be a pattern to follow, but after looking at it for more than 40,000 years, I actually didn't find any fixed pattern. That day was when the lifeless island was patrolling to the depths of the Roashue extreme. Usually at this time, all you can see is a vast expanse of whiteness. The Roashue was similar to the sea. The deeper we go, the higher the temperature will be. The water vapor will evaporate and nothing will be visible. But that day, the surface of the sea was clear, and you could even see the bright moon in the sky. And it was not as hot as before. Li Yunxin understood that the depths of the Roashue extreme that the ancestor mentioned was not referring to the depth of the sea. It was referring to the depths of the Roashue extreme. It was the first time in the past 2,000 years that something abnormal happened. I had a premonition that something big might happen, so I paid extra attention. In the second half of the night, as expected, something happened. Something flew from the sky. It was unknown whether this 10,000-year-old ancestor had accepted Li Yunxin's request to talk about it in detail, or he really had a deep impression of it. Therefore, when he spoke of these matters, his words were vivid, as if he was telling a story, mentioning every detail. The disciples on the island were little demons that had just transformed. I couldn't see it, but I could see it clearly. That thing flew extremely high, reflecting the moonlight. At first I thought it was a flying star, but then I realized that flying stars don't move so slowly. So I kept staring. As I watched, I suddenly felt that the silhouette was familiar. It looked like the appearance of Yinshan. At first I suspected that it was someone from Yinshan who came here to kill me. But then I thought that even if it was someone from Yinshan, he wouldn't have any supernatural powers here. I've been here for 2,000 years. What's there to be afraid of? But not long after I thought of this, I noticed that there was movement on the sea. Just in the northeast, I suddenly saw 3 things. I've been on a lifeless island for 2,000 years, and I've always thought that there might be more than one such island in the Roashue extreme. At that time, when I saw those 3, I only thought that it should be other islands. But when I took a closer look, it's much bigger than my lifeless island. Those 3 islands, each one is a perfect circle. The islands are not as smooth as the lifeless island, but there are many high and low protrusions like mountain peaks. Although it looks messy, there's order in the messiness. Obviously, it was arranged by someone. The islands are surrounded by some long and short stone pillars. Each of those stone pillars is as thick as a small island. But it's not that it's motionless, but it's moving up and down. At first glance, it looks messy, but there should be some kind of rule. The Roashue extreme forbids supernatural powers. This is the first time I've seen such a miraculous thing. But when I saw the 3 islands, I was relieved. Yinshan shouldn't be coming for me, but for the 3 islands. I looked up to the sky again. Sure enough, Yinshan flew to the northeast. 3 big round islands, with protrusions on the islands, surrounded by stone pillars. Li Yunxin couldn't help but say, "You mean it's the 3 islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fenghu?" Dragon King guessed it. The 10,000-year ancestor said in a deep voice, "People say that it's rare to see the immortal mountains on the sea. It's because the immortals on them use supernatural powers to hide their true forms. But in fact, it's the same as my lifeless island. They're all patrolling the sea. But the lifeless island is in the Roashue extreme, while the 3 islands are on the ocean." At that time, when the 3 immortal mountains appeared, the water in the distance boiled. It was as if something was about to spurt out from under the sea. Sigh. Now that I think about it, the scene at that time was also rare. The top of each peak of the 3 mountains was shining with white light, looking brighter than the sun. Those lights gathered together, and the entire mountain was lit up. So there are 3 spots. Dragon King knew that the Yunshan was huge. The 3 spots of light on the 3 celestial mountains formed a triangle, which was large enough to contain the cloudy mountain. I used to live in the Yunshan. Yunshan flew around the midland in the sky and had never been to the sea before. So I thought that this Yunshan would fall into the sea. According to the legend, the Yunshan was man-made. I thought, as long as it's man-made, it would need to be repaired and adjusted. Every hundreds of years, the Yunshan would fall to replenish some resources. Since it was replenishing, it should also be rectifying. Perhaps this Yunshan was going to be rectified every 10,000 years. Now I can see it with my own eyes. Maybe I can even see the immortals. Then what was the result? The Yunshan didn't fall. The 10,000-year ancestor said in a deep voice. The Yunshan stopped above the 3 mountains. Then I saw the Dragon Island. It was right in the middle of the 3 mountains below the Yunshan. First, there was a burst of light in the air. Then a round, silvery thing appeared in the air. The surface of the light was shining brightly, and the surroundings were also flashing with lightning. Once the Dragon Island appeared, the light spots on the 3 mountains gathered there. Then another light beam rose from the Dragon Island and hit the Yunshan in the sky. Li Yunxin raised his hand. Wait, let me ask a few questions. Although the 10,000-year ancestor tried to show all the details, after all, he was a person of this era. Listening to his description, Li Yunxin's heart was already stirred. He could be sure that the so-called Yunshan on the sea, the Dragon Island, they didn't belong to this world. They should belong to Xie Sheng's world. However, there were many things that the 10,000-year ancestor hadn't seen, and his description might not be accurate. For example, he definitely didn't know what lasers or other physical phenomena looked like. How did the ancestor know that was the Dragon Island? 2,000 years ago, when the Shinryu appeared, the Dragon Island also appeared once. My disciples told me about the situation at that time, and it was almost exactly the same. I don't think there will be a second similar thing in this world. Then, is the Dragon Island in the sky or on the water? It's between the 3 mountains. I understand. Li Yunxin nodded. Please continue, ancestor. The old man thought for a while, then said, At that time, I thought that the 2 sides were fighting. The light beam that hit the Dragon Island and hit the Yunshan. The power contained in it is not something you and I can imagine. I was a profound realm cultivator in the past, but in front of that kind of power, I felt that I was not even an ant but a speck of dust. If this kind of power hit the Yunshan, wouldn't the Yunshan be torn apart? I was scared and looked up at the sky. I felt that the Yunshan had indeed cracked. A large amount of soil and rocks came crashing down, like a rainstorm. Fortunately, my lifeless island was far away, so it didn't affect me. After a quarter of an hour, I realized that I was wrong. What came crashing down was the soil and rocks attached to the Yunshan. At first, we thought that this Yunshan was really a mountain. The Deva hollowed out the mountain and refined it with supernatural power, so it was indestructible. But now, it was also shining, and its surface was very smooth. It was made of the same material as the Dragon Island, the Immortal Mountain, and my lifeless island. The soil and rocks were either used to cover its true appearance, or because of the long years, the dust adhered to it. Li Yunxin took a deep breath and frowned slightly. So, it was like this. When he went deep into the Yunshan, he found that its internal structure was not what he had imagined. It was like there were countless huge pipes coiled inside, and inside the pipes were all kinds of plants, climate, and landforms that he had seen. At that time, he was suspicious, and now he heard these things from the ancestor. Could it be that those were really pipes? Why did they make it like this? Then, the entire space began to distort. The ancestor said in a deep voice, The Yunshan and the Dragon Island shone at the same time, and the sea surface was brighter than daytime. Most of my lifeless island is underwater. At that time, the huge waves came one after another, covering the tracks of my island. In the void between the Dragon Island and the Yunshan, many things suddenly appeared. I recognized some of them. They were things from a midland, mountains, rivers, pavilions, birds, and some men and women in the mortal world. And there were people among them. But those people were wearing strange clothes, and I had never heard of them before. The things around them were also strange, and I couldn't understand them. Before, I said that the Deva should also be a human because I saw those things. Although I didn't recognize the strange things around those strange people, I could feel that they all had terrible power. I even saw a person fly up to the sky with the help of a magic weapon and destroy the whole mountain in the blink of an eye. But that mountain didn't look like the mountains in the Midland, and it seemed to be millions of feet high. And I saw the astral world. The astral world was really the astral world. It was full of bright stars, just like the night sky. But there was no land and no ocean, and there was only void everywhere. Those Deva used the magic weapons to travel among the stars. Their magical powers were unimaginable. But what shocked me the most was, I saw the past and the future. The ancestor lowered his voice when he said this. It was as if the shock from what he had seen 40,000 years ago had not completely dissipated. Of course, these were all things that I slowly realized in the past 40,000 years. At that time, a lot of scenes were imprinted in my divine sense. I knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What I saw might be of great use in the future, so I tried hard to remember it. In these 40,000 years, there were 3 things that corresponded with what I saw at that time. Then I realized that what those illusions showed at that time was not what happened at that time. I also knew that everything in this world was predetermined. That was why I told you that I didn't care about the fight between you two and just wanted to return to the Midland and carry forward the Xianmen. If the people in the world and even the things in the world are predetermined, we just need to follow the fate. After seeing the terrible power that day, I no longer wanted to compete with the Deva. In that case, I can only do something for the common people in the world. It's not because I'm a saint with a higher moral character than anyone else, but at my level, what else is there to do? Dragon King is also a cultivator. He knows that the riches and honor of the world are like floating clouds to us. If there is anything that is attractive, it would be power. But if I return to the Midland, I don't even have the pursuit of power in the world. So what else can I do? I can't do evil, so I can only do good. My thinking is another kind of seeing through the world of mortals. Li Yunxin was sure that the 10,000-year-old ancestor was telling the truth. He saw space. He also saw people and starships shuttling in space. These things were not something that a native of this world could make up. He wanted to ask which 3 things were confirmed, but he wanted to know what happened next. So he didn't speak. Chapter 723. Then, the cloud mountain became brighter and brighter, and the entire Rual water boiled more and more violently. There were even flames under the water, as if a volcano was about to erupt at the bottom of the sea. These methods should be the methods of the Celestials. But the power used is real spiritual power. I've been in the Rual water for 2,000 years. This is the first time I've seen such powerful spiritual power. I almost don't need to feel it. I can see it with my naked eyes. It should be the Dragon Island absorbing spiritual power from the water and underground, and then pouring it into the Cloud Mountain. I've said before, the power in that light is incomparably powerful. It makes me a profound realm expert, feel like I'm just a speck of dust. But this kind of light poured into the Cloud Mountain for a whole 2 hours. The 10,000-year ancestor sighed in a low voice. In front of this kind of power, even the power of the Supreme is just like an ant. Although I said that the Celestials are people, they are people who are stronger than us, but they are indeed much stronger. After sighing, he was silent for a while. Li Yunxin's face also showed a dignified expression, as if he felt the same way. But in fact, what he was thinking and what the 10,000-year ancestor was sighing were completely different things. Although the 10,000-year ancestor had lived for a long time and seen a lot, he could never get rid of the limitations of this world's way of thinking. This kind of limitation was not something that could be solved by being gifted or living for a long time. They were used to the power of the individual, from the concept to the profound realm, and even the supreme. Every individual had a powerful power. although they would also use tools, but whether it was the way of thinking or the way of using it, it couldn't be more primitive. The more powerful the cultivator, the less likely it was to walk the path of borrowing external objects. But human power ultimately had its limits. In the end, it was much easier to rely on external objects. Whether in Li Yunxin's world or Xie Sheng's world, even a 7 or 8-year-old child might know the words "Pa, I'll kill you with one shot." This meant that even such a child also knew and was used to this method of borrowing external objects. It had almost become an instinct. Thus, when the 10,000-year ancestor saw this kind of power, the ripples in his heart were extremely difficult for people like Li Yunxin to understand. He would only think, what kind of existence has such great power? He would not think about whether there was another possibility, that the power was not human, but the power of tools. It was just like how people in ancient times saw a shadow of light flying around in the sky. Their first thought was that it might be an immortal. But for people from Li Yunxin's era, the first thought that came to their minds was maybe it's a UFO. Li Yunxin couldn't empathize with his feelings at that time, but he could understand it through these logical ways of thinking. Therefore, when the 10,000-year-old ancestor sighed with emotion for the second time in a short period of time, he felt that the old man's words were a little more credible. A person's ambition was not limitless. When he realized that he was facing a power that he could not contend against, giving up became the wisest choice. That's why, like he said, he decided not to participate in the affairs of the Celestials and planned to only care about the affairs of the human world. Li Yunxin leaned forward, looking at the illusion of the old man. "Ancestor, you mean? I can understand it this way. Peng Lai, Yingzhou, and Fong, who the 3 islands through some means summoned the Dragon Island from the void. Then the Dragon Island, Peng Lai, Yingzhou, and Fong Hu. Then they drew power from the Roi Shui and poured this power into the Cloud Mountain." "Yes, that's right. Then what happened to the Cloud Mountain? What did you see?" "I was just about to say this." The 10,000-year ancestor solemnly looked at Li Yunxin. About an hour later, the Cloud Mountain was so bright that you couldn't look at it directly. At that time, there was a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. You couldn't see anything other than the white light, as if the sun was shining directly into your eyes. "I think I can't look at it like this anymore. The spiritual energy here is so strong. If another hour passed, I'm afraid that even if I'm in the Roi Shui, my body will explode from the spiritual energy." But just when I was about to risk leaving the island, the white light suddenly dissipated. First it was night, stormy waves, then it became as bright as day. But in the blink of an eye, all sound, light, and waves were gone. On the entire sea, only the Dragon Island was left, surrounded by Peng Lai, Yingzhou, and Fong Hu. Only the Cloud Mountain was connected to the Dragon Island by a thin line of light. The surface of the water was as flat as a mirror. There wasn't a trace of wind or wave. I suspected that it was the end of the matter. I felt that it was a trick of the Celestials after all. I couldn't see anything. It was only natural. So I looked up at the sky. As a result, I found that the sky was a little unusual. After the stormy waves just now, the sky was a little misty. The water vapor in the Roi Shui should have evaporated into the sky and turned into a thin layer of clouds. So the stars in the sky were sparse. It looked like a rainy day. But on the top of the Cloud Mountain, the sky was clear. The stars were densely packed and colorful. It was a starry sky that I had never seen in all these years. At first I thought that the mist in that area was dispersed and the sky was revealed. But when I looked closely, it wasn't the starry sky above our heads. It looks like this kind of supernatural power, as the 10,000-year ancestor said. He stretched out his hand to write a few talismans in the void. He should have been a person from Daotong before, because when he wrote these talismans, a small mirror appeared in front of Li Yunxin. This was a very common method, and it was mostly used to spy on others. He understood what the 10,000-year ancestor meant. The starry sky above the Cloud Mountain belonged to another space. Previously, the Cloud Mountain absorbed terrible power from the Roi Shui. Perhaps it was to open this space, as if a door had been opened. "You mean what you saw at that time was the astral world?" Li Yunxin said in a deep voice. Did you see the celestials inside? I didn't see the celestials, but I saw a magic treasure similar to the Cloud Mountain and Dragon Island. At first, I also wanted to see the celestials. I thought they might be hiding in the darkness. But soon I realized that it was a stupid idea. The stars in the sky looked very close, but in fact they were very far away. Although that space looked small, it might be wider than the entire continent. Where could I find them? So I started to look at those stars one by one to see if there was anything special. After looking for about 2 or 3 breaths, I found something different. It was bigger than usual, and it was glowing white. I looked carefully again. I could actually see the outline. It wasn't a round star, but a long and thin strip, like a stick. At this time, the top of the Cloud Mountain began to flash. A total of 37 flashes. I remember it clearly. I thought that since I could see that strange thing at a glance, the Cloud Mountain must have broken the space for it. So I held my breath and concentrated, wanting to see what reaction that thing would have. But after waiting and waiting, nothing happened. I was so focused on the Cloud Mountain that I didn't look into the sea. Only now did I relax a little. Then I turned to look down. Looking down, I saw that the appearance of the sea had also changed. Below the Dragon Island, there was a patch of fiery red. At first, I thought it was an underwater volcano erupting. But when I looked carefully, it was actually the same thing as the starry sky in the sky. That patch of fiery red wasn't a volcano, but another space. That space was full of rolling flames. But that flame was like water. There seemed to be some kind of pattern when it rolled and flowed. I only felt that this strange phenomenon should disappear very soon, so I wanted to see if I could find any pattern. But as soon as this thought appeared, I saw 2 figures. The 10,000-year-old ancestor squinted his eyes. There really were 2 figures appearing from the Dragon Island and standing on it. The Dragon Island isn't big. It's only the size of a main hall. Those 2 people stood on it and walked a few steps first. Then they stopped, as if they were talking. It was originally impossible for me to see their faces and hear their words. Dragon Kings should know, although our bodies are strong, they are still limited. If we want to become clairvoyant and clairaudient, we have to use divine abilities. My spiritual power was sealed in the weak water before, so I didn't have any divine abilities to use. But after tonight's experience, the spiritual energy between the sea and the sky is probably richer than any paradise on the continent. I had an idea and tried to secretly circulate spiritual energy like I did on the continent. It actually worked. At this time, I looked at the Dragon Island again. I won't hide it from you. Even if I was already in the mysterious realm at that time, that one look scared me out of my wits, and I couldn't move for a long time. Who do you think the 2 people on the Dragon Island are? Li Yunxin thought for a moment. Your 2 junior brothers from before. Zhen Xuanzi, Zhen Wuzi. Yes. The 10,000-year-old ancestor let out a long breath, as if he still had a lingering fear when he thought of this matter. My first thought at that time was that my 2 junior brothers had found some way to bring Cloud Mountain here. And then maybe they wanted to destroy Cloud Mountain and catch everyone in one fell swoop. Once I had this thought, I almost shouted at them. Even if the profound sect had done all sorts of wrong in the past, how could the others in Cloud Mountain be innocent? Just at this time, I heard the 2 of them talking. Zhen Xuanzi said, I'm afraid it won't be worth the effort. There should have been something else before this sentence, but I didn't hear it clearly at that time. Then Zhen Wuzi said, no matter what, do your best. We'll only know if we can succeed after another 26 small matters. Let's just enjoy the wind for a night. After the 2 said this, they didn't speak anymore. They walked a few steps on the Dragon Island before slowly disappearing. After listening to their words, I realized 3 things. The 10,000-year-old ancestor said in a low voice, first, these 2 definitely weren't my junior brothers Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi. Their tone, movements, and expressions, they couldn't be the same person. My 2 junior brothers were already like crazy demons in the end, but these 2 were too normal. Second, they might not have used spiritual energy. At least, they wouldn't have used spiritual energy to listen and see. Otherwise, I could see and hear them, and they should have sensed me. Once I thought of this, I broke out in cold sweat. If I had been discovered earlier, wouldn't I have lost my life? Thirdly, the upheaval I saw that night should have been caused by these two people. Other than the two of them, there should be others. That's why they said it won't be worth the effort. It should be referring to what they're doing right now. But the 26 small matters that they mentioned, I felt it was strange when I heard it. Until today, I still haven't figured out what exactly it was. Then, after 26 hours, did you see something strange again? Li Yunxin interrupted him. The 10,000-year-old ancestor was stunned. How did Dragon King know? Li Yunxin shook his head and smiled. Then they said 26 hours. 2 hours for us is equivalent to 2 hours for them. 26 hours, 26 hours, 26 hours. Hour, minute, second. This is the celestial man's method of calculating time. The 10,000-year-old ancestor looked at Li Yunxin in surprise. He didn't expect that Li Yunxin would know about these things. He also didn't expect that the problem that had been troubling him for so long would be solved so easily by Li Yunxin. So what happened next? Li Yunxin urged him. After 26 hours, what happened? The 10,000-year-old ancestor looked at Li Yunxin a few more times, then said, Dragon King's prediction is correct. Indeed, after another 26 hours, I saw another strange phenomenon. I didn't expect Cloud Mountain to stay here for so long, but I was afraid that I would be discovered if I acted rashly, so I had no choice but to stay and watch. During this time, Zhan Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi didn't show up. Until after 26 hours, the sky turned dark again. In the starry sky above Cloud Mountain, that stick-like thing also flashed exactly 37 times, exactly the same as when Cloud Mountain flashed before. Then, Zhan Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi appeared from the Dragon Island again. This time, I saw it clearly, and was even more certain that they weren't my former junior martial brothers. These two people first shouted and shouted, as if they were extremely happy. The sentence I heard the most clearly was the 3 words can still be used. The two of them repeated it 6 times. Then they sat on the Dragon Island, without saying a word, for an hour. At that time, I thought they were thinking and planning something. But when they got up, I realized that they were just sitting. Because Zhen Xuanzi said, "This is the last time to enjoy this world." Although I don't really understand these words, I could hear the determination in them. Zhen Wuzi said, "Then the two of us are the black and white impermanents now. They will remember us." Then, the two of them suddenly jumped down from the Dragon Island, straight into the space where the waves of fire surged. From this, I deduced that is the Netherworld. The 10,000-year-old ancestor said in a low voice, "Cloud Mountain is the entrance to the Star Realm. Dragon Island is the entrance to the Netherworld." Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi, maybe they were possessed by celestials and did something. Chapter 724. After he said all this, he didn't say anything for a long time. He only stared at Li Yunxin solemnly. It was as if he was waiting for Chan Zhao to say whether he believed what he said or if he got any information from it. But Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He raised his hand slightly, indicating that he was still thinking. Everything the ancestor said seemed to mean that this world was not in the same space as the world Xiesheng and Chun Zhao were in. This made him confused. The Art Saint could bring the Dragon Scale and the Jade Scroll here. This clearly meant that they could travel freely. But aside from this, Li Yunxin thought that Peng Lai, Yingzhou, and Fang Hu must have formed some kind of activation device. Once they were activated, Dragon Island would appear. In Dragon Island was very likely to be an energy conversion device to provide energy for Yinshan. As for Yinshan, in the matter that the 10,000-year ancestor saw, he probably played the role of a launcher. It absorbed terrifying power from the Netherworld and supplied it to Yinshan. Then, Yinshan used this power to open the astral world and send a message to something further away. This happened at the same time as Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi becoming black by Yanjun. The two things should be directly related. When they were at Yinshan, Li Yunxin and Su Yusong guessed that black by Yanjun was created by the Deva. It was used to manage the souls on the ground for the Deva. Many theories back then were verified by the ancestor. But what Su Yusong didn't say And what Li Yunxin just figured out was that Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi must have become empty shells later on. At that time, there was no Grand Elder. Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi used a certain method to create a channel between the two worlds. The Deva in the astral world could directly descend to the ground and have a strong body. But did they know this first and deliberately cultivate Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi so that they could use Dragon Island and Yinshan to send a message? Or did they accidentally discover this and did what they did later? However, did they know about this first and then deliberately nurture Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi so that they could use Dragon Island and Cloud Mountain to send messages? Or did they accidentally discover this and then did what they did later? Li Yunxin felt that the latter was more likely. 10,000 years old ancestor said that before Black by Yanjun escaped into the netherworld, he had said, "It's not rewarding to work hard." This should mean that those two people should have a conflict with the attitude of the Celestials in the Star Realm. But no matter what, in the end, the Celestials found a way for mortals to cultivate to the Grand Supreme level. And so the long harvest that lasted for 40,000 years began. What did they do? If things were really as the 10,000-year ancestor said, they should be sending a message. Was the message sent to the people who brought Xiesheng here? Were they? The great tribulation that Gong Di had mentioned and the imminent destruction of the world that Xiesheng had mentioned, were they related to those people? Were they here to destroy the world? Li Yunxin took a deep breath. He glanced at the 10,000-year ancestor and said in a low voice, "Do you remember that they said 26 hours?" The old man nodded slightly. "That's right, word for word." Then, the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Li Yunxin began to mutter some strange words. 1 hour is 3,600 seconds. 26 hours is 93,600 seconds. 93, 600 times 300,000. That's... He furrowed his brows slightly. 28 billion 80 million kilometers. In 26 hours, I've traveled 28 billion 80 million kilometers. The 10,000-year ancestor frowned. What is the Dragon King calculating? What's so strange about 26 hours? But Li Yunxin raised his hand, indicating that he should not disturb him. Then he said to himself, "The diameter of the solar system is 0. 3 light years. How far is 1 light year? How troublesome. 24 hours in a day. 24 hours multiplied by 3,600 seconds is 86,400 seconds. 86,400 times 365 is 31,536,000 seconds. Then multiplied by 300,000 kilometers, it is 9 for 1,608 billion kilometers." He looked at the 10,000-year ancestor. 1 light year is about 9 for 1,608 billion kilometers. The 10,000-year ancestor frowned again. Dragon King is, this is then multiplied by 0. 3. I remember that the diameter of the solar system is 0. 3 light years. Then it is 28,382,400,000 kilometers. The radius is about 14. 191,200,000 kilometers. Li Yunxin said this and was silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath. Light is emitted from Cloud Mountain. It is received by that thing. So that thing also starts to flash. Its flash can be seen by us. The round trip took 26 hours, covering a distance of 28 billion and 80 million kilometers. Divided by 2, it is 14. 49 million kilometers. And the radius of the solar system is about 14. 49 million kilometers. He looked at the 10,000-year ancestor seriously. This means that if we are still in the solar system, that thing is at the edge of the solar system. The 10,000-year ancestor, ? The same 365 days. The 4 seasons are distinct. Li Yunxin was still looking at him. This means that the distance from the sun has not changed much. Then this is it still. Earth? I'm still on Earth. The 10,000-year ancestor asked no more questions. He knew that Li Yunxin knew some inside information that even he did not know. The things that he couldn't understand now should belong to that part of it. It was just that the expression on the face of this Dragon King now looked a little shocked. After a while, he said, "You said in 40,000 years, 3 things came true. Did only 3 come true? Or there must be more than these 3. The 10,000-year ancestor thought for a while and said, "I did not deliberately record those 3 things. It was later things that happened that made me remember. I was in weak water, and the things I could know were limited. There must be a lot of things that came true on land, but I do not know. Only then did I know that everything in the world is predestined." Li Yunxin frowned and waved his hand, seemingly a little impatient. He had always been good-tempered before, but now he showed such an attitude, which could only mean that he had thought of something terrible, so he did not even bother to put on a show. "Your disciple previously said that I would be defeated at sea." Li Yunxin looked at him. "He said it was your prophecy. Did you also see it that day? But I am fine now." The 10,000-year ancestor shook his head and smiled. "Sigh, I am ashamed. In front of the Dragon King, I do not lie. Some things, such as the Dragon King, perhaps I did not see the whole picture. I only saw that the Dragon King was besieged by the army and could not escape, but I did not expect the changes after that." Li Yunxin was silent for a while. "That is to say, the illusion you saw that day may be a projection of the future. In other words, time, there is a possibility of disorder." "Sigh, I feel like I am now in a movie." He began to say strange things again, but the 10,000-year ancestor had slowly gotten used to it. When in the other world, Li Yunxin had seen a film. It said that an astronaut in space accidentally landed on a strange planet. There, the apes were the masters, and the humans became slaves. He went through hardships to return to space, to return to Earth. In the end, he saw the half-buried Statue of Liberty on the seaside of that planet. Li Yunxin had no feeling at all when he saw this film. Or rather, he had to think about it to understand how ordinary people would be shocked when they saw such an ending. Now he had experienced it. It should be more intense than most people in that world could experience. He originally thought that he had transmigrated to some foreign land, but the sky above his head was very familiar, except for 1 or 2 stars missing. When he had free time, he would think about where he was. But since there was such a thing as soul transmigration, it meant that there were many rules in this world that he did not understand. Then, with his limited knowledge, it was undoubtedly an arduous and unrewarding task to speculate about how the world should be. So, he did not think about it in depth. Later, he learned more and more and began to realize that this seemingly fantastical and magnificent world should actually be built on some iron rules. As he understood more inside information, he finally gradually realized, just like now, it was very likely that he was still on Earth. Maybe he had transmigrated to a very distant future. Although this inference was not conclusive, but if it was true, where else could he go? He had plans to go back. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yunxin collected his thoughts and whispered, "I already believe 80 to 90% of what you said. It doesn't matter if you want to borrow my strength or cooperate with us. I can agree to either. But I just need you to tell me one thing clearly." Li Yunxin shook his head. The 10,000-year ancestor could not tell what he was thinking. What is the big formation in the vast sea? The vast sea formation used the sea cave as the eye of the formation. There was no doubt that there were skeletons like the ones seen on land in the formation. That day, they only absorbed tens of thousands of demons and were already difficult to deal with, and they seemed to be extremely cruel. Now that the one in the vast sea had been raised for tens of thousands of years, what would it look like? Perhaps even Grand Supreme could not describe its realm. Such a thing. Why did the 10,000-year ancestor get it? I wanted to tell you. The 10,000-year ancestor's reaction was beyond Li Yunxin's expectation. Just now, I only said that Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi jumped into the netherworld. After that, there was something else. Li Yunxin thought for a while. Is it related to the vast sea formation? The old man looked at Li Yunxin deeply. "Dragon King, do you want to take a break before listening?" Li Yunxin was stunned. Then he realized what the old ancestor was talking about. It happened 40,000 years ago. But the formation left by the saint of painting was 2,000 years ago. Many thoughts made his mind go blank. He did not even think about this point. The 10,000-year ancestor must have noticed this. That was why he asked him if he wanted to take a break. He waved his hand and sighed. Please continue. Actually, it is related to that formation, but it is not what Dragon King thinks. Back then, Zhan Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi opened the entrance to the Star World and the Netherworld. After 24 hours, the two of them entered the Netherworld. Cloud Mountain left, and Dragon Island disappeared. Peng Lai, Yingzhou, and Feng Hu also returned to their positions. But I remember that place. Usually, it is difficult to see the stars in the weak water. But that night, I could see it. Since something magical happened there, I naturally had to remember it. According to the position of the stars in the sky, I marked it. Li Yunxi nodded. When he was on the Black Tortoise, he heard the sailors talk about this ability. Now it seemed to be true. Dragon King, do you know where the position I remember is now? Not waiting for him to answer, it is now in the vast sea. This weak water, for these 40,000 years, it has actually been receding. In the past, the vast sea was in the weak water, but now it is very far away. The place I remember is the position of the vast sea formation today. Perhaps because of the drastic change, the flow of spiritual energy is different from the surroundings. The great formation that Dragon King spoke of, perhaps the person who set up the formation used it as the formation because the spiritual energy was different there. At this point, the 10,000-year ancestor stopped and looked at Li Yunxin. This formation, at first, was used to suppress some things. Those things were the skeletons in the formation. Dragon King called them the ancient devils under the Cloud Mountain on the land. Since those things came from the Netherworld, it is not wrong to say so. At first, Li Yunxin grasped the two words. Wasn't this formation set up 2,000 years ago, before Shinryu appeared? Chen Zhao set up this formation to draw the Taishang Shinryu. That's a long time. It's not just 2,000 years. The 10,000-year ancestor rubbed his hands and narrowed his eyes and thought. At least 40,000 years. Dragon King said 2,000 years. 2,000 years ago, there was indeed someone who combed and adjusted the spiritual energy in the formation. But the skeletons in the formation are indeed 40,000 years old. A few hundred years after Zhan Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi escaped, the formation on the surface of the sea appeared. I guess the one on the land should have appeared at that time. It was to suppress the skeletons in the eye of the formation. When these things appeared, the area within a few hundred miles was covered in flames, lifeless for hundreds of years. It's just that it's been so long that no one remembers. You fought with Dragon Fifth under the Cloud Mountain, didn't you? Dragon Fifth's residence has flames all year round. I guess it was left behind at that time. Li Yunxin sucked in a breath of cold air. This 10,000-year ancestor knew too much. Fortunately, he forced him to show up, and fortunately, he talked to him politely. Otherwise, when would he be able to find out all these things? The formation on the Midland and the ocean appeared 40,000 years ago. To suppress the skeletons inside, then wasn't it Chen Zhao's doing? Did she do the same thing as him? Tampering with the existing formation? Not long ago, he was still thinking about how to reach Chen Zhao's level of cultivation, to create such a majestic formation out of thin air. Chapter 725. But now it turned out that this matter was also just an illusory bubble, just like the dream of going home that he would occasionally have in his heart. Within a quarter of an hour, his dream was shattered twice. This made Li Yunxin's expression turn ugly. The 10,000-year ancestor observed his expression and said in a deep voice, "What did Dragon King think of? You can tell us, and we can discuss it together." The speed of light, hour, and solar system that Li Yunxin had previously mentioned made this old man look at him even more highly. People like him, who had lived for so long, were already used to great power. But he would pay more attention to people who had more experience than him. This way, River Dragon King was obviously a person with a story. No matter what he thought at the beginning, this ancestor had now indeed regarded him as someone who could discuss with him. But Li Yunxin was only slightly absent-minded for a while. He quickly waved his hand. "Please continue, ancestor. You were saying that after your junior brother Zhen Xuanzi and Zhen Wuzi transformed into black by Yanjun and went to the netherworld, the skeletons in the earth cave and sea cave appeared. Then, did they appear before or after the formation was formed?" There was an essential difference between the two. If the formation appeared first and the skeletons appeared later, it meant that the skeletons might have been used to set up the formation. If it was the other way around, like what the 10,000-year ancestor said, the formation was used to suppress the skeletons. It appeared before the formation was formed. The 10,000-year ancestor understood what he meant, but the other thing I want to talk about is not the appearance of the formation. But after the formation was formed a few hundred years later, something happened in the sea cave in the vast sea, the place where my two junior brothers opened the entrance to the netherworld. Alas, I thought about it later, and then I understood a little. The netherworld, the star realm, and our human realm are all different. Maybe it's like a few rooms. There's always a wall separating them. My two junior brothers opened the entrance to the netherworld on our side, probably like smashing a hole in the wall, running over, and then sealing it. But since it was first destroyed and then repaired, it will not be as strong as before. The 10,000-year-old ancestor stroked his beard. Something happened at the previous breach, the sea cave in the vast sea. The netherworld chi is gradually gathering towards the sea acupoint. Netherworld energy? Li Yunxin said softly. What is it? He had only recently learned of the existence of the netherworld. However, it had always existed in concepts and legends. Now that the 10,000-year-old ancestor mentioned the netherworld aura, he could finally be considered to have come into contact with proof of the existence of the netherworld. It's very similar to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in our human world. In the beginning, when it spilled over, my disciples and grand-disciples who were outside came to report the good news to me. It was said that the Ruoshui water actually had a heavenly abode, and the spiritual energy was abnormally abundant. Just by looking at it from afar, one could feel the boundless power contained within it. If used properly, perhaps you can cultivate in the Ruoshui. But I've seen the moment when the 4 islands and 1 mountain converged, and I know that there is a power in this world that is far beyond our imagination. So I first sent people to investigate carefully. This investigation proved that my worries were right. Those who came into contact with the spiritual chi immediately died, and the appearance of their death was somewhat familiar. The 10,000-year-old ancestor paused. That kind of death is rarely seen by ordinary people. I've only seen it 3 times. It's the appearance of a cultivator who has reached the great accomplishment realm. Do you understand, Dragon King? Old ancestor is saying that the spiritual chi is so abundant that it has reached the limit that the body can bear. Exactly. The 10,000-year-old ancestor side. From this, it can be seen that the star realm, the netherworld, are not places that mortals can set foot in. If the netherworld is filled with this kind of aura, he shook his head and did not continue. Li Yunxin also understood what he did not say. The body of a cultivator always had an upper limit for absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was like a valve. Now, when the spiritual chi flowed through this valve as usual, it immediately caused the body to explode and die. It could be seen how rich the spiritual power in the chi was. If the netherworld was filled with this kind of chi, and there really was a so-called god, how powerful. For mortals, this kind of power was meaningless. For ants, there was no difference between the power of a human and an elephant. It was not something they could imagine. But for the 10,000-year-old ancestor and Li Yunxin, one of the top existences in the human world, this kind of power could shock people and also make people feel regret. But Li Yunxin did not completely agree with the 10,000-year-old ancestor's idea. He was indeed experienced and knowledgeable, but he had the breadth of vision, but the depth was limited to this era. The so-called powerful netherworld chi might be something else. It was just that he could not imagine it. So I ordered my disciples to stay away from that place. Then I began to think about what would happen if one day in this sea cave connected to the netherworld was reopened. But after about 60 years, the netherworld chi that leaked out filled up the sea cave and stopped expanding outwards. The netherworld chi condensed in one place and unexpectedly gave birth to something. The 10,000-year-old ancestor's voice became slightly heavy. At first, I investigated that thing from afar. I only felt that it was like a spirit monster and did not have any intelligence at first. Its power was extremely strong and extremely violent. Then, after another 200 years, it seemed to slowly have some consciousness. I tried to talk to that thing, but I could not find a way to communicate. Then I thought, maybe it was an evil spirit from the netherworld that escaped here. Since my two junior brothers have gone to the netherworld to be the black and white Yama Kings, they won't ignore this matter, right? I just need to watch it carefully and not let it hurt my disciples. But after another 300 years, that thing actually climbed up the skeleton in the sea cave. It was like a ghost taking over the body of the skeleton. It slowly blended with it. During these 500 years, this thing was nurturing in the Roashui and did not disturb the world. Maybe it was because of this that my two junior brothers did not come to care. This was out of Li Yunxin's expectation. He had seen the appearance of the newly awakened skeleton under Yinshan. It was a terrible kind of violence and greed. The thing that the 10,000-year-old ancestor said was born from the netherworld chi was also powerful and violent. Now that these two things were fused together, old ancestor, do you want to say that for tens of thousands of years, your disciples spread all over the 9 seas and used formations to absorb the souls of demons and devils in the sea to suppress this thing? I am ashamed. That is what I and my disciples said. The 10,000-year-old ancestor waved his hand. But in reality, it is not. I have a secret method that I came up with in Yinshan. Originally, it was not very useful, but after many years of observing the netherworld chi in the sea cave and improving the secret method, it finally came in handy. I refined the demon souls from the sea into spiritual energy. Then I guided the spiritual energy into the eye of the formation. With this spiritual energy, I further guided the flow of the netherworld chi. This is a slow technique. It will take thousands or tens of thousands of years to see results. In this way, I refined the ancient devil. These 2 sentences were simple and light. But Li Yunxin knew that if it was true, it would be a long and difficult process. This 10,000-year-old ancestor was like a cattail plant. Among the top people in the world, perhaps he was not an amazing talent, but because of a lucky coincidence, he miraculously survived until now. In the face of all kinds of adversity, he was tenacious and had amazing perseverance and patience. When he first appeared, Li Yunxin was very vigilant. The more things he said, the more Li Yunxin felt that they were true, and the more vigilant he became. You want to know what this old ancestor was planning by telling so many things. But when he heard this, he knew why the person in front of him did everything tonight. To show off his power. This kind of show and flaunt was different from the cultivators on Yinshan, who controlled thunder and lightning and looked down on all living things. It was also different from the bloodthirsty, cruel, and arrogant demons on the land. This 10,000-year-old ancestor told everything he had done for tens of thousands of years in a low-key and peaceful way. Just the forbearance, experience, and temperament that he showed in these experiences were enough to prove his power in a completely different way. He was a cattail plant that could slowly prop up a stubborn stone. However, the skeleton under Yinshan was violent and terrible. The thing that the 10,000-year-old ancestor bred from the aura of the netherworld was also violent and terrible. When these 2 things fused together, Li Yunxin frowned slightly. If what you said is true, you plan to use this thing to promote your orthodox Xianmen on the land. You can completely control it now? The 10,000-year-old ancestor smiled slightly, as if he agreed. But you should know how dangerous this thing is. If you can't control it, Li Yunxin pondered and said, it will be the opposite of what you want to do. Dragon King doesn't need to worry about this. The 10,000-year-old ancestor said in a low voice, I have refined it for tens of thousands of years. I have a complete way to control it freely and make it do what I want. I will say this tonight. I will tell you such a secret. Dragon King should know that I do want to avoid the disaster of war. Previously, I joined forces with the Shinryu to eliminate the demons in the sea, to prevent them from causing trouble on the land in the future. Although the disciples of my sect are all sea demons, because of this, I know that they only look like humans. The 10,000-year-old ancestor looked sincerely at Li Yunxin. Dragon King should know this too. Li Yunxin thought of Qin Fengzi. He nodded slightly inside. Yes, but what you're doing is a little too shady. I'm not saying that a person must be a saint to do good. But old ancestor, you don't even trust your own disciples, and even want to plot against the demon race. Li Yunxin smiled and shook his head again. I don't really understand. Those who are not of my race must have a different heart. The 10,000-year-old ancestor also shook his head. Dragon King used to be a human. Don't you understand the demons? Dragon King, he sighed and said in a more serious tone. These days, there have been continuous fierce battles in the sea. The people who fight are either in the true realm or the profound realm. The kind of power. Ah, Dragon King, have you ever thought about how innocent the people on the land and along the coast are? Because of this, I want to stop fighting with Dragon King. Once we fight, you have the help of the Grand Supreme. I have the demon god in the vast sea. I'm afraid that no one in the East Sea nation can survive. Chapter 726. The old man in front of him suddenly mentioned the lives of the people in the East Sea country, which made Li Yunxin slightly stunned. But soon, because of his own stupor, he had mixed emotions in his heart. The 10,000-year ancestor should be talking about the tsunami. When the great demons in the mysterious realm fought, the terrible power might even tear the bottom of the sea. The shock caused by such a move would probably push terrible waves to the coast. Such waves might reach tens of miles inland. For people in this era, it was a terrible natural disaster. During this period of time, such violent power had been released on the ocean more than once. It was hard to imagine what kind of disaster the people on land had suffered. When the 10,000-year ancestor mentioned this matter, he didn't immediately react. The first thought in his mind was whether the other party was referring to some forces or people on land. After a while, he realized that the other party was talking about mortals. And just a few seconds ago, the 10,000-year ancestor told him that the demons in the sea could not be trusted. Because they were not human beings, they could not understand human emotions. Li Yunxin agreed with the old ancestor's point of view. Qin Fengzi made a mistake when he mentioned Lord Dongting to Red Lady. For human beings, it was almost instinctive, but a sea monster needed to think about it. But just now, the first thought that came to his mind was not about people. It seemed that sympathy and concern for his kind, at least the kind that used to be his kind, had become weaker and weaker. Perhaps it was also true. When you stare into the abyss also stares into you. This thought made Li Yunxin's heart full of mixed feelings. So he sighed deeply, alas. The 10,000-year ancestor looked at him. Is Dragon King also unable to bear it? I am sighing that I have always been the one to persuade others. But today I am almost convinced by you. Li Yunxin stood up. He paced a few steps in a room with his hands behind his back, pondered for a while, then turned around and said, You told me everything I wanted to know, logical and impeccable. For a while, I can't find anything to doubt. It seems that you're also a narrow-minded racist, which also explains why you care about the world. If that's the case, perhaps you're really here to help me? He thought for a while and shook his head. It's about time. Today, I am no longer the Li Yunxin of the past. He's definitely worth roping in. Then I believe what you say. Brother G. At this point, he raised his voice and said, Come in. As he spoke, he waved his hand to disperse the restriction that he had set up earlier. After a while, the Emperor Li rushed in and emerged from a mass of black wind. In a rough voice, he said, Is everything settled? What should we do next? I plan to cooperate with this lifeless immortal sect leader. Don't bother with the grand formation in the vast sea for now. Li Yunxin then looked at the 10,000-year ancestor. Brother Ji is also my friend. He also has something that he is very concerned about. Zither Monarch wanted to go to the Dragon Island, so she asked the old ancestor to let her in. In the future, when we get to Dragon Island, we will capture both of them together. It will also fulfill Brother Ji's wish. The 10,000-year ancestor nodded. This is easy to discuss. It's just that there are still some things that we need to discuss and come up with a plan. Since they were going to cooperate, things naturally became more complicated. As the old ancestor said, there were many details that needed to be discussed. For example, how did the lifeless immortal sect hide from the Shinryu SIs? How did they send Li Yunxin to the Dragon Island? How did Li Yunxin leave the Emperor Li on the sea in case of any accidents? When it came to matters like this, it was better to be clear than to be a gentleman. It was also like revealing their trump cards, so that neither side would have any stupid ideas. In the long run, once the matter was done, how would the 10,000-year ancestor go to the land, and how would the power on the land be divided? What kind of challenges might be encountered, and what kind of methods would be needed to deal with them? Even with the speed of the Three's spiritual sense communication, it would take a few days to discuss all these things. No matter how impatient the Emperor was, he couldn't just leave like before. He could only listen patiently. Fortunately, he didn't have the temperament of a wild monkey. He used to be an emperor, and he had to deal with many troublesome things every day. Just like that, they talked for a full 10 days. It was said that cultivation was timeless, and in these 10 days, the three people did not rest or sleep, and almost all the details that they could think of were finalized. The complexity of this kind of thing might be comparable to the merger of big companies in Li Yunxin's era, but they handled it much more efficiently. On the morning of the 11th day, almost everything was settled. The three of them stood in the air above the sea. The sun rose in the distance, shining brightly. The surface of the sea rippled like fish scales, and there was no wind in the sky. Li Yunxin cupped his hands to the 10,000-year ancestor. If you and I work together, there will be great things. I hope that we can be honest with each other and not lie. Let's start the next things today. The old man's shadow glowed under the sun, giving off a sense of holiness. He smiled and said, "Of course." Then he turned to Emperor Li and said, "I will immediately order my disciples to let the Guqin lady enter the Dragon Island." It's just that among the three islands of Yingzhou, Penglai, and Fenghu, only the Dragon King of the island knows the way to enter the Dragon Island. Others have no way of knowing. Fortunately, there are secret entrances like the Penglai Island's water prison in the three islands. I will ask her to enter from there. Then he bowed to Li Yunxin and said, "According to what I said before, please retreat from the vast sea formation. Let me refine the demon god in the formation, and it will be a great help to us. Dragon King, Ghost Emperor, I will leave now." As soon as he said this, his figure immediately dissipated. Li Yunxin rubbed his hands, looked at Emperor Li, and said with a smile, "Brother Ji, please take care of the sea." The Ghost Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "I don't like to ask about your affairs, but now I can't help but ask. Do you really believe what that old thing said?" Li Yunxin squinted his eyes and looked at the ocean for a while before smiling. "Do you believe me?" After saying this, he turned around and returned to the stone mountain. He returned to the stone room and sat by the window. He spent a quarter of an hour in silence, trying to recall all the doubts that had been plaguing his mind for the past few days and going through them once more. Actually, there were only a few doubts. They were the few points that the 10,000-year ancestor didn't want to talk about. For example, to what extent could he control the demon god in the vast sea formation? How could he use his supernatural power now? And how could he manage on land in the future? But these were obviously the old ancestor's private affairs. It was reasonable that he didn't want to talk about it. However, the other thing that Li Yunxin expected had not happened yet. It has already come to this. Are they really not going to show up? If the Dragon Island was really the entrance to the Netherworld, he would be able to control the entrance after he cooperated with the 10,000-year ancestor. This was not the result he wanted. Someone had pushed him here. One of the most obvious contributors was Li Chuanfeng's host, Moon Nanju. But at the start of the fight, there were others who also put in a lot of effort. Li Yunxin thought that they were on the same side as Moon Nanju, and that they were the support of Moon Nanju's master. But now he realized that they had nothing to do with each other. The others he was referring to was Black by Yanjun. Outside the city of Wei, Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan were exhausted and almost died. In his dream, he saw Black by Yanjun. The two of them sang the same tune and sent his soul back. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if he was really surprised or just joking. Then Bai Yanjun showed up and taught him the method of possession. Now that he thought about it, it was that method that made him become dragons, and what happened next happened. At that time, Black Bai Yanjun thought he was Xiesheng. After that, they lost contact. Maybe something happened underground, or maybe they realized that he was not the person they were looking for. If it was the latter, Li Yunxin might be able to do more than Xiesheng and open the entrance to the netherworld. Did the Black and White Yama Lords want this outcome or not? Either way, it was time for them to jump out, either to tell him something or to stop him. Previously, he felt that Ancestor 10,000 years should come to see him because of his intuition. Now, he felt that Bai Yanjun should come to see him because of his intuition through reasoning. This meant that in his mind, Bai Yanjun had more reason to do so than Ancestor 10,000 years. He should come. As Li Yunxin thought so, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Bai Yanjun would definitely bring him important news. He had to get his news before he could proceed to the next step. But he waited from sunrise until the moon hung high in the sky. During this time, Emperor Li came to see him several times and asked some irrelevant questions. He also went to the vast ocean to subdue a few big demons and came back to talk for a while, but Bai Yanjun still did not appear. Li Yunxin felt a little anxious in her heart. What he was most afraid of was actually the first inference that something really happened in the netherworld, and even Bai Yanjun could not appear in the world. He wanted to figure out a lot of things, and he also knew that the answer to many things might be in the netherworld or the astral world. He must open the entrance to the netherworld and take a look inside. But what if there was a situation that he could not bear? Maybe it was because he was really tired after talking with Ancestor 10,000 years for 10 days, or maybe it was because he had overdrawn himself recently and did not have a good breath adjustment. He felt a little sleepy, which made him squint his eyes slightly. Half asleep, he vaguely saw a black gas coming from the direction of the vast ocean. At first, he thought it was the black wind that Emperor Li transformed into, but after 2 breaths, he realized that it was not the demon power of the Ghost Emperor. After another 2 breaths, his heart suddenly jumped. How could he be so sleepy? At this moment, a shrill voice sounded in his ears. "Don't force yourself, sleep. I can only see you in my dream now." Chapter 7:27. After becoming a demon, Li Yunxin slept very little. To him, sleeping once in a while was equivalent to tasting tea or admiring the moon. When had he ever felt such a strong sense of drowsiness? He knew that this sleepiness was done on purpose by someone. It would have been better if he hadn't heard this sound. When he heard this sound, he was immediately startled. His sleepiness was completely gone, and he woke up. He immediately looked left and right. Everything was normal. That voice just now was Bai Yanjun's. In the past, Bai Yanjun had used a similar method to see Li Yunxin in his dreams. First, he told him to fall asleep, then talked through his divine sense. This time, he probably wanted to use the same trick again. But perhaps because Li Yunxin's cultivation was not what it used to be, he couldn't charm him anymore. This was not the result Li Yunxin wanted. He longed for a meeting. So he immediately sat up straight, closed his eyes, and wanted to fall asleep again. But whether it was a mortal or a deity, it was not easy to fall asleep with a heart full of worries. He sat quietly for a quarter of an hour, then got up and lay on the ground, still not sleepy. He simply sealed off his senses, numbed his body, and made himself meditate. This state was very similar to sleeping, and the effect of resting was much better than sleeping. But it was not real sleep. He never thought that he would experience the pain of insomnia again. After going through this torment for a full 4 hours, he finally felt that his thoughts were gradually slowing down and his consciousness was slowly blurring. He forced himself to maintain this state, and after an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a blurry shadow appeared in front of him. It was as if Li Yunxin was underwater, and sunlight shone through the surface of the water. He knew that he had fallen asleep, and that he was dreaming. He could maintain a clear mind when he meditated, but this was the first time he consciously maintained a clear mind in a dream. In his previous world, there was a saying of lucid dreaming, but he had never tried it. Now, this was the first time he entered that state. When he looked at himself again, he found that he was already standing. There was a blurry darkness around him, as if he was standing in chaos. But there should be something in the darkness, faintly discernible, as if it was constantly moving. Once his attention was focused on a certain place, there would be a flash of a dark red eye. Looking up at the sky, it was clear and bright. The sky was a deep blue, and a blazing sun hung overhead. But the sunlight couldn't shine down. The darkness he was in and the light on the zenith seemed to be two separate parts. Li Yunxin realized that this was the space he had created in his dream. Dreams always reflect some kind of conscious activity of the dreamer. The darkness and chaos around him should be because he has been thinking about the netherworld. In his mind, the netherworld should be like this. It was like the netherworld, muddle-headed and dark. The figures moving around him and those terrifying red eyes should have hinted at his worry about his situation. Strong enemies were lying in wait, and no one knew where they would shoot arrows from. The azure sky above his head made him slightly puzzled. But soon, he realized that it also meant that he felt a sense of relief from the bottom of his heart. In the past, he had always been able to survive in desperate situations. Now that he was finally safe for the time being, there was a new sky in his heart. However, the current situation of safety was not permanent. Looking at the future, the road ahead was still uncertain. Perhaps this was why the sunlight from the zenith could not penetrate. Now he knew that he was dreaming, but he couldn't control his scattered thoughts. As he watched the ball of light slowly condense in front of him, he was thinking about these irrelevant things, until the light finally condensed into a human figure. It was indeed Bai Yanjun, but the Bai Yanjun in front of him had changed slightly. The tall hat on his head was gone, and his hair was loose. The long, bright red tongue in his mouth was also gone. He didn't know if it was retracted or broken. His eyes were originally very small and looked ferocious and terrifying. Now, one of his eyes was gone and became completely muddy. He didn't know if he was blind. Seeing him like this, Li Yunxin was shocked, but not too surprised. When he was in the secret room in the Cloud Mountain, he had seen an illusion. The Black Yama King died in the sea of lava, skewered on a long spear. That scene was terrifying. It was hard to imagine how the Black Yama King, who was equivalent to a god, would die in such a way. Li Yunxin used to think that memory could be a projection of something in his subconscious. Even if it was real, it could only be referring to something. But now that he really saw Bai Yanjun like this in his dream, he frowned. What happened to your eyes? He had to first find out if what he saw was real, or if it was a figment of his subconscious in the dream based on his worries. Bai Yanjun had a complicated expression on his face. He stared at him for a while, and suddenly said, Li Yunxin, when you wanted the power of souls at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, why didn't you go kill people in the world? With your supernatural power at that time, and the situation in the world at that time, it wasn't difficult for you to kill tens of millions of people. Why did you put yourself in danger? His voice was still sharp, but these questions didn't sound like questions, but more like questions. Li Yunxin was stunned. Bai Yanjun immediately screamed, Speak! He didn't know what this guy was up to. He subconsciously tilted his head, but he didn't hear the great sage. Now he was in a dream, not in reality. He looked at him suspiciously and thought for a while. I thought I had made it clear to you in Dongting. Bai Yanjun immediately said, when I gave you the book of Yin-Yang and Dongting, you said that although you didn't care about the morality in the human world, you knew that without those things, the world would be in chaos and everyone would have a hard time. Therefore, You didn't want to mess it up, and you didn't want others to mess it up. Has your way of life changed? No, Li Yunxin said, but am I dreaming now, or did I really see you? While I was on the Cloud Mountain, I saw the Black Yama King die. He died. You are in a dream, and you really saw me. When Bai Yanjun mentioned the Black Yama King, his mood didn't change. Don't talk nonsense. Since your way of life hasn't changed, then listen to me first. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yanjun suddenly appeared in front of Li Yunxin. The tip of her nose was practically touching the tip of her nose as she glared at him fiercely for a while. Only then did the pupil of her remaining eye suddenly shrink into a tiny black dot. Good. Why didn't I realize that you were a fake back then? Li Yunxin said without batting an eyelid. You never asked me. I never admitted anything. Sophistry. Bai Yanjun snorted, seeming to be very angry. But because of some reasons, he couldn't vent his anger. He could only continue to stare at him. No matter who you are, and no matter where you hide the person I am looking for, there is one thing. Now you want to take the Dragon Island, and you want to join hands with Jin Yitzi, right? Because he was in a dream, Li Yunxin's thoughts were a little muddled. After thinking for a while, he realized that the Jin Yitzi mentioned by Bai Yanjun was the name of the 10,000-year ancestor when he was on the Cloud Mountain. I taught you the method to possess a dragon's body in the past, all for the sake of this day. But it was passed to the wrong person, to a fake like you. Bai Yanjun said hurriedly, but your way of doing things is also suitable. Since the situation is like this, I have no choice but to make the best of it. Handing the Dragon Island to you is also the only way. Li Yunxin, let me tell you this first. I haven't appeared these days and ignored the souls on the ground because of the war in the Netherworld. Do you remember what I told you in the Pitfall Mountain? Who are the two enemies of the Celestials? A hint of surprise and doubt flashed across Li Yunxin's face. But he only paused, took a step back, and said in a deep voice, You said, one is the ancient devil, and the other is the true devil. That's right. Bai Yanjun said sternly, that ancient devil has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Only the true devil has not been subdued and has always been hiding in the Netherworld. These days, the true devil's power is gradually increasing, and he has been fighting with us in the Netherworld. The war now is not in our favor. That true devil wants to rush out of the Netherworld, come to the ground, and swallow the human world. Because of this, I cut off the passage between the Netherworld and the human world, so that he can't take advantage of it. But on the Dragon Island, there is a door to the Netherworld. Now that the people guarding that door are not strong enough, this matter should have been handed over to you. Li Yunxin, you have to quickly take over the Dragon Island and guard that door, so that the devil army of the true devil in the Netherworld won't come to the human world. Li Yunxin frowned. Are you serious? Bai Yanjun's words seemed to be telling a story. With just a few words, he handed over an important task to him, as if it was as simple as an NPC handing over a task to a player in a game. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, do you think I would do this? Bai Yanjun looked behind him, as if there was something hidden in the darkness that made him feel uneasy. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled in the void and pulled out a long spear. The moment Li Yunxin saw this spear, he felt that it was a little familiar. Then he took a closer look. It was a big spear that was completely pale white. The spear's blade was very long, almost like a long sword. This thing, he had seen it before, when the Black Yama King's body was pierced by a huge spear. Wasn't it an enlarged version of this thing? This spear is called Wolf's Back Angry Lion Spear. It is the spear used by the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, the master of the astral world, before he achieved Tao, and it has been left in the Netherworld to suppress the true devil. Now I will give this thing to you. As Bai Yanjun spoke, he threw the spear to Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin had to catch it, and then he found that this thing was much lighter than he expected. You will take this spear and guard the entrance to the Netherworld. If there are any evil spirits that escape from there, use this spear to kill them. My time is up. I have to go back immediately. Li Yunxin, you have to remember, you can only believe half of that Jin Yitzi's words. If you do this well, the 3 realms will be saved. If you don't, a great calamity will come. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Li Yunxin suddenly heard a crisp sound beside him. He suddenly woke up. A pale long spear was lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 728. It was not a simple dream. It was indeed. Bai Yanjun had met him in his dream. Li Yunxin was stunned for a while, feeling a little dizzy. It was as if he had slept too little or too much. His mind was tired and his stomach was sick. He had not experienced such a feeling for a long time, but this reaction further proved that the dream was not an ordinary dream. Bai Yanjun must have used some method to make use of his spiritual energy to create the previous scene in his mind. When he came, he seemed to be avoiding something or someone. Was it related to the netherworld? He also said that the various caves and sea caves were suppressing ancient devils. This also confirmed the words of the 10,000-year ancestor. The formation had appeared long ago. It was to suppress those things. These thoughts turned in his mind, and he felt that his thoughts were a little clearer. So he used his left arm to support himself and half stood up. He stretched out his right hand and carefully touched the wolf-spine raging lion spear beside him. His fingertips touched the slightly cold body of the spear, and his mind immediately became empty, as if his thoughts had been forcibly pulled away. But this emptiness was not the kind of emptiness when he was unconscious or muddle-headed. He still retained many of his complicated consciousness, and it was even clearer than before. It was just that these things originally lived in a small world inside his head, but now this world had suddenly become extremely vast and profound, as if it was connected to the world. The sudden strange feeling made Li Yunxin's fingers tremble. With this tremble, it left the body of the spear. The feeling of vastness instantly disappeared, but he had already sat up and stared at the spear for a while. When he escaped into the picture scroll he had made, his consciousness blended with heaven and earth, and he could almost experience the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence. When he returned to the real world from there, he felt a little cramped and narrow. And when he touched the wolf-spine raging lion spear, he experienced the same feeling. It was much weaker than the feeling in the picture scroll, but it seemed to have the same principle. When the White Hell Lord had given him this spear, he had thought that it was some sort of weapon or token of some sort. Now that he had touched it, he knew that it was no small matter. The Yama King of the Netherworld actually gave such a treasure to him, who clearly knew that it was a fake product. It could be seen that the urgent situation in the Netherworld that he mentioned was not an alarmist statement. He stood up and pointed at the gun. He planned to use his demonic power to pick it up and take a good look at its mysteries before giving it a try. But the spear did not budge. Li Yunxin exclaimed softly and tried again. He still did not move. That was strange. It wasn't that his demonic energy was sucked away by the spear or anything else. Instead, it was more like his demonic energy was bounced away upon contact with the spear, unable to wrap around it. It was as if demonic power was electricity, and this thing was a complete insulator. He immediately squatted down and looked at it carefully. He used his divine sense to look at it. Logically speaking, he should be able to see the structure, the material, and even the holes visible to the naked eye. But in his vision, which was infused with demonic power, the spear seemed to have become a black hole. He could not see what was inside, only its appearance. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and picked it up. That feeling appeared again, and his consciousness became distant and broad. In addition to his own clear consciousness, there were many other feelings and experiences that came one after another. But these feelings and experiences were all vague. It was as if a person had realized and felt something in a half-asleep state, and then woke up with a start to recall the past. Therefore, there were only some vague impressions left in his mind, and there was no way to extract any real information from them. Li Yunxin carefully sensed for a while, and confirmed that these things would not disturb his thoughts, but should be brought about by the spear itself. It was like a connector, connecting Li Yunxin's thoughts with something else. After a while, he realized that those feelings seemed to contain some emotions. Those emotions were subtle and messy, and even a scheming person like him had to carefully distinguish them to detect them. Most of them were emotions of anger, some kind of anger that could not be obtained, an anger that was about to be obtained but lost. It seemed to come from every part of the world, from the rivers and seas, from the valleys, from the prosperity of the present world, from the ashes of the past. Li Yunxin sensed these feelings and tried to distinguish them more clearly. But those feelings were too fragmented and far away. He only knew that they were angry, but he could not separate them from rational emotions. It was as if it was not a human, but another kind of existence with human-like thoughts. He quickly thought of a possibility. The ancient devil, that Bai Yanjun said was suppressed 40,000 years ago. According to him, the ancient devil should have been dismembered and suppressed everywhere in the world. But obviously, that thing had an extremely strong vitality, and it did not die. As long as it broke free and absorbed power, it would come back to life. Through this spear, he experienced a grand emotion that came from everywhere in the world, and it was full of deep anger. Was it the emotion of the ancient devil? How could it be related to that thing? But there was something different about it. Li Yunxin did not pay attention to it before, but now that he carefully observed it, he slowly picked it out. Among all the subtle emotions he experienced, other than anger, there was also a little bit of expectation, just a little bit. It was like a red in a sea of green, or a syllable hidden in the endless noise. This caught his attention, but he couldn't figure out what to make of it. He weighed the spear in his hand again, and took out the jade scroll of enlightenment. He stored many of the techniques he obtained from the Cloud Mountain in it for convenience. Now, he needed to find a spear technique. Low-level warriors in the world valued moves and techniques when they fought. Once he had cultivated a profound inner force, moves would only be the icing on the cake. Once they became a cultivator, the chance to use their fists and feet was even rarer. It was a bit like the world he came from. Here, everyone was fighting from afar, competing with spells and magic tools. But when they reached a higher realm, it was like returning to the natural state. For example, a super demon like Li Yunxin had an unbelievably strong body. Any magic weapon or spell could only injure it, but it was hard to kill it. At a time like this, they had to fight in close combat. Now that he had a treasure like the wolf spine raging lion spear, if he learned some spear techniques, he would be successful. He was a smart person. After finding the spear technique, he only needed to take a few glances to imprint it into his divine sense. What was left was to slowly experience it in actual combat, master it thoroughly, and then form his own style. Actually, this spear technique was only a guide. Actions that normal people could not do, he could easily do it. It was not something that could be restricted by any rules. He told himself not to think about the secret of this spear, but to focus on what was in front of him. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time. Everything had to be done step by step. Next, he had to deal with Zithermaster and Shinryu. The 10,000-year ancestor had already sent someone to let Zithermaster go to Dragon Island. He had to quietly listen to the news. Listening like this, he listened for a few more days. In these few days, Emperor Li had almost leveled half of the ocean. He came from the land. He was strong. He had Li Yunxin's support and the 10,000-year ancestor's approval. He was in the limelight. It was impossible for Shinryu not to know what happened on the ocean, but there was no news about it. Previously, she had turned a drop of blood essence into Li Yunxin's forehead so that she could spy on his every move. But in the end, she underestimated the 9th dragon's son. In less than a month's time, Li Yunxin took off that thing. It was as if they had broken off on the surface. Shinryu did not calculate what Li Yunxin had done before. She suffered a loss in silence. Perhaps he was thinking of dealing with it in the future, but now that the army was defeated like a landslide, he was forced into a fluster by Li Yunxin's interlocking plan. Right now, it was time to worry about what was about to happen on the Dragon Island. At this time, she finally realized that Li Yunxin had seen through her. On a sunny morning, the clone of the 10,000-year ancestor appeared in front of Li Yunxin. Your Guqin has gone to Dragon Island. the old man said as he looked at the spear in Li Yunxin's hand. "You can start working now." The old man's eyes stayed on the spear for a while. He could tell that it was not an ordinary item, but he did not pay much attention to it. It seemed like he did not know where it came from. Li Yunxin saw the old man's expression. It seemed that even the old man who had lived for more than 40,000 years could not see through this thing. Shinryu might not be able to either. Guqin's trip to Dragon Island was not smooth sailing. There must have been many twists and turns. She was not a fool. She might have thought that this trip was set up by someone. It might be an overt plot to let her go. But as the saying goes, only with strength can one have confidence. She was in charge of a region. She had many powerful subordinates under her. She could naturally plan and act calmly and maintain her rationality. But now that she has lost many of her subordinates, and her thoughts are clouded by hatred, even if it's an overt plot, she must continue. People always have more confidence in themselves than others. In the end, it just depends on who has more confidence. Li Yunxin agreed and packed his things. Right now, he has 2 treasures on him. One is the newly acquired wolf spine raging lion spear. The other is the 9 Seas map that he painstakingly designed. Since Shinryu was drawn by the art saint, his chi is the same as the heaven and earth. Having this map in his hands is equivalent to holding onto Shinryu's lifeline. That's why after wiping out the 9 Seas army, he became fearless. But Shinryu's ability to control the chi of heaven and earth was also very good. Maybe he has other tricks up his sleeves. Li Yunxin knows that there is nothing in this world that he is 100% sure of. So as long as there is a 20% chance of winning, he will do it. Now that he has these 2 items, he feels that he has a 60% chance of winning. The rest, he just has to risk his life. He has always been familiar with this kind of thing. However, when he looked back at the past, he recalled how he had risen from an insignificant speck of dust to his current level of influence, while the true dragon had fallen from its high pedestal. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Looking back at the path he took before, it was really dangerous. If he had to go back again, he really didn't know if he would have enough courage. The 10,000-year-old ancestor's figure faded away. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief and rode the wind away from the stone mountain. Chapter 729. After diving into the water prison of Penglai Island, the temperature had become extremely low and the pressure had also become extremely high. Previously, the 9th young master was imprisoned here by Lord Donghai. Many old people from the era of Goddess Penglai were also imprisoned here. It was a prison for felons. Even though Li Yunxin was as tough as iron, he felt as if he was wearing a layer of tight clothes here. Every part of his body was suppressed by the strong water pressure. If he was a mortal or a demon with a slightly lower cultivation, he would probably be crushed into a meat pie. Accompanying him was an old acquaintance, the immortal Zai. The immortal Zai, who had reached the mysterious state, had his physical body destroyed by him and fled back to the Ruoshui River. Now, he seemed to have reconstructed a body through some secret method and switched to the ghost cultivation. His realm was incomparable to before. He was only at the peak of the true state. If he was lucky, he could return to the mysterious state. If he was unlucky, he would probably be stuck here forever. However, after seeing Li Yunxin, he didn't have any grudges and talked as usual. All ghost cultivators should have obsessions. Li Yunxin couldn't tell what his obsessions were for now. He didn't know why the ancestors sent such a person to accompany him. Maybe it was to show their frankness. When the 2 fell to the bottom of the sea, it was dark around them. There were very few living creatures. Occasionally, they could see snow falling from the sea. In the distance, there was light from the undersea creatures that glowed. The long spear in Li Yunxin's hand also emitted a faint light, gradually illuminating the area. He had slowly adapted to the sense of vastness brought by holding this precious spear and soon realized that it was an advantage. His perception was magnified and became more sensitive than before. Dragon King has a master to guide him. He should know where the sea cave is and how to get there. The immortal Zai walked with him on the bottom of the sea for a while and stopped. This was still the strait where the water prison was located. But as they moved forward, they could feel that the water became turbulent and even formed a channel at the bottom of the sea like a stream on land. The temperature in the depths of the ocean was not completely uniform. The difference in temperature and salinity might form undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, but the undercurrent ahead was obviously not due to those factors. At the end of the strait, there was a bottomless cave that seemed to go straight to the center of the earth. The sea surged into the cave, swirling away into the darkness. An endless rumbling sound rang in their ears. It was as if the cave was the mouth of a monster that wanted to suck up all the water in the ocean. Li Yunxin sensed the violent and chaotic flow of spiritual energy from the cave in the distance. To an ordinary cultivator, this kind of turbulence was enough to tear their snow mountain and chi sea apart. It was like a meat grinder. This atmosphere should be the entrance hidden under Penglai Island that goddess Penglai told them about. However, the three islands of Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fenghu are all moving in the sea, so they should be floating on the water. But regardless of whether it was Li Yunxin's first time here or this time, what he saw were solid islands that were deeply rooted in the seabed. They shouldn't be floating around. Yet he did know that they were moving, that their position could be ascertained on the sea by reference to the stars in the sky. Now the location of Penglai Island had indeed changed compared to the last time he came. There should be some principles that he did not understand at the moment. Perhaps it was the principles of the netherworld and celestial beings. Li Yunxin stopped and cupped his hands towards Taoist Master Violet Knight. Thank you for your trouble. The two of them didn't speak much along the way. In fact, Li Yunxin knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Taoist Master Violet Knight had once fallen in his hands, so he was afraid that this demon would secretly play tricks. But after he said this, Taoist Master Violet Knight paused. Dragon King, you have to be careful. Although this waterway leads to the Dragon Island, it has always been a dangerous place. The Eastern Sea Monarch once went to the Dragon Island from here. Before him, many great demons also tried, but they all died. These days, the spiritual energy in the waterway is especially violent. You must not let your guard down. Li Yunxin nodded. Okay. He took a step forward, but Taoist Master Violet Knight didn't follow. It seemed like he still had something to say. So Li Yunxin sighed and spread his hands. Brother, what do you want to say? Taoist Master Violet Knight hesitated for a moment before saying, what did Ancestor and Dragon King talk about? Li Yunxin was surprised. You're asking me about this? He looked at Taoist Master Violet Knight a few more times. Your question is too broad. We've talked about many things. Which one do you want to ask about? And from what standpoint are you asking? Taoist Master Violet Knight, who was at the peak of the true realm, once had a state of mind that reached the profound realm, but now he was hesitating. After a while, he said, Ancestor has always told our sect that it is our duty to support the profound sect's righteous path. Since we have formed an alliance with Dragon King, does Dragon King know what Ancestor plans to do with the great formation in the vast sea? Li Yunxin frowned. Even if he was clever, he couldn't figure out why Taoist Master Violet Knight was asking this. He paused his steps and sized up Taoist Master Violet Knight again. I destroyed your body and realm, but you don't hold a grudge against me. It's not that you destroyed me. It's the calamity of my cultivation. Why should I hold a grudge against you? If it were those profound sect cultivators on the continent, they wouldn't say such words. Li Yunxin smiled. They would say that I've become their inner demon and must be eliminated as soon as possible. From this point of view, your path is passable. It was unknown which of his words had touched Taoist Master Violet Knight's heart. The true realm demon cultivator paused again. I also believe that we cultivate the righteous path. Cultivating the righteous path, following one's heart, not the stubborn heart of the cultivators on the continent. It's also because of this. He looked at Li Yunxin. I admire Dragon King as a person, but I don't agree with Dragon King's path. Li Yunxin replied with an, oh, I understand. It's like you think I'm a good person, but you don't like what I've done or what I'm doing. Then do you think that your ancestor wants me to participate in supporting the righteous path in the world and that it will cause your righteous path to go astray? Taoist Master Violet Knight's expression didn't change. You can say that. Then you want to know if your ancestor exchanged something with me, and what kind of influence I might have on your great cause of supporting the righteous path. Taoist Master Violet Knight opened his mouth under the heavy seawater and seemed to sigh. For tens of thousands of years, the ancestor established the immortal sect and passed down countless disciples, benefiting our sea race. The ancestor also taught us by word and example, and taught us the great path of the human world. But what the ancestor has done these days: first, he rebelled against Dragon King of the Nine Seas and joined forces with Shinryu. Now, he rebelled against Shinryu and joined forces with Dragon King. Let's not talk about whether Dragon King or Shinryu is right or wrong, and only talk about these things. What the ancestor has done, in my opinion, is not in line with the righteous path. At this time, Li Yunxin finally understood what he wanted to say. He couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you see that your ancestor has used so many schemes, and you think it's because he was influenced by me or threatened. Not exactly. Taoist Master Violet Knight looked at Li Yunxin. I'm worried about Dragon King's trip. Dragon King wants to meet Shinryu. But has it ever occurred to you that it's not Dragon King who is stirring up trouble between the ancestor and Shinryu, but the ancestor who is stirring up trouble between Dragon King and Shinryu? What if this is an overt plot by the ancestor, and he's sending the Dragon King to his death? Li Yunxin frowned in confusion. Brother, whose side are you on? In his eyes, the Taoist Master Violet Knight today was really strange. First, he asked if their ancestor had deviated from his path, and then he worried about Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin had also considered his worries, but he knew that it was an overt plot, and he knew that he had to deal with it as it came. Instead, the Taoist Master Violet Knight, who was supposed to be on the same side as the ancestor, said it. Could it be their lifeless immortal sect's heaven's will technique? Was it really righteous? Was it really for the world? Maybe I'm confused because of my concern. Taoist Master Violet Knight sighed. Looks like Dragon King knows more about this trip than I do. Then I won't say more. Goodbye. He left as soon as he said he would. With a flash, he disappeared into the dark seawater. Li Yunxin thought about his words for a while, and felt that this Taoist Master Violet Knight seemed to be hinting at something. But he couldn't figure it out. He gave up on that thought, and took 2 steps forward, standing in front of the pitch-black entrance filled with chaotic spiritual energy, and muttered to himself. Great Sage, you said that those small fries were boring, but now I'm going to give you something interesting. I want to go to Dragon Island and meet Shinryu, the ancestor and leader of this world's demons. Right now, she probably doesn't like me, and there's a high chance that they'll fight. At that time, if I can't protect her, Great Sage, you must help me. My life is insignificant. If you die with me, it'll be too unjust. Right now, everyone in this world knows me. They say that I, Li Yunxin, am powerful, and that a few days ago, I got the help of the Grand Elder. If we both die on Dragon Island, I don't care what the world says about me, but they'll say that you, Great Sage, have an undeserved reputation and can't even protect me, a profound realm. He rambled on for a long time. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in his ears. Stop! 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 The bad-tempered Great Sage was irritated by his noise and got angry. But he didn't say anything like, "It's none of my business," which showed that he agreed. Only then did Li Yunxin shut up. But after a while, he started talking again. But he wasn't talking to the Great Sage, but to Goddess Penglai, whom he took into the Dragon Palace. Little Penglai, it's the way you told me to go to Dragon Island from here. I'm going to jump in now. Think carefully. If there's anything fishy going on, it's not too late to say it now. Otherwise, if something happens to me, you'll be finished too. He loosened the prohibition spell. Then he heard Goddess Penglai's rambling words. No, not really. Do I have to go too? Do I? What should I do if you're killed? What should I do? She came and went with only a few words, sounding a little flustered. Li Yunxin listened patiently for a while, then reopened the prohibition spell in the Dragon Palace and cut off her voice. Right now, it seemed that everything was ready. He had to go face Shinryu. Actually, it felt like he had gone through a lot of hardships and finally arrived before the big boss. He checked the preparations he made for passing the trial, and checked his red pinger and blue pinger. Then, Li Yunxin took 2 steps and flew into the bottomless cave. Chapter 730. In the deep sea, he already felt the water pressure was heavy. But once he entered this bottomless pit, the pressure changed. In the water, the pressure came from all directions, but in this cave, the pressure expanded from inside his body. The spear in his hand shone brightly, but the surrounding darkness swallowed the light and could only illuminate a part of the world around him. But even in this part of the world, there was nothing but pure light. According to what Goddess Peng Lai said, Li Yunxin filled his whole body with spiritual power and kept it in a condensed state. To use a mortal warrior as an example, it was like pouring inner strength into every inch of his skin. He was a soul that had taken over Dragon Sun's body and cultivated again. Later, his life was connected to the great sage, so he could no longer be regarded as a human. He was more like an existence between a ghost and a living creature. Now that he was filled with spiritual power, he became more like a faintly discernible spiritual body, which offset the strong pressure in his body for a while. But he also knew that this cave was not a real cave, but more like a passage that tore apart time and space. The pressure came from inside his body and then from the front, as if there was a huge suction in front of him that wanted to suck him into noodles. However, it quickly turned into a brutal pulling force from all directions, tearing at his body with all its might. Even though he was clear-headed, he didn't know whether all this happened in an instant or over an extremely long period of time. He lost his sense of direction and time. The pressure increased. Just as he felt that he could not hold on any longer, the long spear in his hand glowed again. It was like a shield that protected him. Only now did he realize that the White Hell King had given him this spear. He must have predicted that he would be in danger and wanted to protect him. This meant that what the White Hell Lord had said, what he had asked of him, should be true. Lord Donghai went to Dragon Island through this passage 1,000 years ago, but his cultivation was low at that time. If he encountered this situation, he would definitely die. What the Purple Knight Immortal said just now was also true. The passage had become more and more violent in recent days. The Purple Knight Taoist master was reminding him out of good intentions, but why was he being so kind? Why did he ask these strange questions? As soon as Li Yunxin thought of this, he suddenly felt a thought flash through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to latch onto that thought, his vision suddenly became clear. He crawled out of the tunnel. He was now in a secret room. This secret chamber was about the size of a spacious main hall. The first impression that it gave Li Yunxin was that it was clean. This sense of cleanliness was both familiar and strange, completely not the style of the Midland. The room was a perfect circle with a high dome and no pillars. The dome, the walls, and the floor were all emitting a faint white fluorescence, making the room bright but not too dazzling. The room was empty, and there were no decorations on the walls. Li Yunxin had seen this style many times in his previous world, and it was known as the minimalist style. It was just that he didn't expect to see him here. Dragon Island. Sure enough, it wasn't just Dragon Island. Cautiously, he turned back to look at where he had come from. All he saw was the wall. It was as if he had been thrown out of the void. There was no one else in the room except for him. It was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his own clothes rubbing against each other. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any cracks or tunnels, but he didn't feel that the air was dirty and there was no smell. He remained silent for a while, then raised his voice and said, "I'm here." In such an empty room, there should be an echo. But he didn't hear it. It was as if he had entered a recording studio. Li Yunxin took a step forward, scratched the floor with the tip of his spear, and immediately felt some resistance. He had studied this spear for a few days, and knew that once he infused his power into it, it would be almost indestructible. Now that he felt some resistance, it meant that this floor was not ordinary. The spear tip scratched the floor, but only left a shallow mark. But the glimmer on the floor was still there. it didn't dim down even a little bit. If Shinryu and Zikuin were standing together, they should have known that he would come. This secret chamber wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. It was only as big as a garden. If they had set up an ambush here, it wouldn't have taken much effort. Now that he was left here safe and sound, what were they thinking? Lord Vast Expanse's soul had once told him that when the true dragon summoned him to the Dragon Island to receive the seal, this was the secret room he saw. But behind the secret chamber, there was still a chaotic place. Maybe Shinryu and Zikuin were hiding there, staring at him. Li Yunxin realized a possibility. If Shinryu and Zikuin were afraid of the great sage's power and didn't choose to fight him, he sighed, took a few more steps, and raised his voice. So you're saying that you're afraid of me. That's why Zikuin came to Dragon Island and lured me here. Then, you plan to trap me here until I die? He raised his spear and swung it in the air. Trap me in this room until I die? Still no one answered him. He forcefully thrust the spear downwards. This time, he used 80% of his strength. Li Yunxin poured 80% of his strength into the spear. There was probably nothing in this world that could stop it. But the spear only went a foot into the ground. Only half of the spear blade went in. It wasn't because there was something harder underneath, but because the strength of the spear tip was quickly absorbed, and finally it was stuck inside. But this kind of strength, if it was used in Midland, it would be enough to split a mountain. He slightly gasped, raised his hand, and wanted to pull the spear out. Then, he felt an unrelenting resistance. He had to use both of his hands to pull the spear out. At this moment, he finally felt a little scared. Before coming to Dragon Island, the biggest threat he considered were Zikuin and Shinryu. He had many ways to deal with them. Maybe he couldn't win, but at least he could save his life. But now, he realized that he had missed something. The reason was the same as how his enemies always miss something when they were dealing with him. It was because of his outlook. He came from the other world. That world was much more advanced than Midland. There were many things that people in this world couldn't imagine. Because of his advanced experience, when he thought about some things, he couldn't help but fall into a blind spot. For example, when he mentioned the words interstellar travel to Xiesheng on the dragonfly. When he said those words, he saw Xiesheng's extremely excited expression. Li Yunxin was also very proud of himself. But now that he thought about it, what he was thinking at that time was very different from what Xiesheng was thinking. For example, when a Midland man mentioned the words flying in the air, what he was imagining in his mind was that he was riding on some gigantic bird, or riding on a cloud gifted by an immortal being. But when the people in Li Yunxin's world mentioned these words, they were thinking about the giant flying machines that were created by modern technology. The materials and principles used were something that people in Midland could never imagine. Similarly, when Li Yunxin mentioned the words interstellar travel, the first thing that came into his mind was nuclear power, and the second was near the speed of light. As for the rest, he had no clue. For example, when a Midland person mentioned the word flying, he could only think of flying in the sky, but he couldn't think of any other principles, materials, or systems. At that time, he was probably a Midland person in Xiesheng's world. No matter how hard the natural wood was, it was impossible to build a plane or a 100,000-ton ship. The civilization that was able to conduct interstellar travel must have been changed in many aspects. For example, materials. The so-called Dragon Island should be the product of that civilization, and that civilization was many years ahead of his world. The dome, the walls, and the floor that he could see now, all of the materials used should be the crystallization of that civilization, and should be far beyond his definition of strength. Thinking of this, Li Yunxin gradually had a bad premonition. The worst situation was that he couldn't break out of this room at all, and he would really become a trapped beast. Damn it. He had been fighting against the idiots in this world for too long, and unconsciously, he seemed to have been dragged to the level of idiots. If it was when he first came to this world, how could he not be in awe of the more advanced civilization? How could he have missed this point? Li Yunxin frowned, and once again used all of his strength to poke the spear into the ground. But this time, it only went 2 to 3 inches deeper than the last time. When he wanted to pull the spear out, It took him 120% of his strength. Finally, he cursed, "Damn it." This word was like a spell or an order. Suddenly, a light spot appeared in the hall. The light spot quickly turned into an image. It was the image of Shinryu. Li Yunshin stood there with the spear in his hand, and his expression became solemn. Shinryu's image sized him up and smiled. "Li Yunshin, you came uninvited, but became a turtle in a jar. How do you feel?" "Good." Li Yunshin did not show any weakness, and said, "At least it confirmed my guess. The Heavenly Lord Shinryu is strong in appearance, but weak in reality, and only dared to appear after using this thing to trap me. Before this, I always thought that there must be a limit to the method of transforming the soul into the true body. Even the Grand Supreme Realm has to follow the rules. But the Heavenly Lord, you can appear thousands of miles away with a clone. It's really unbelievable." Now, he looked around. It must be with the help of these things. "But Heavenly Lord, do you know where these things came from?" Shinryu ignored his question and smiled again. "Your heavenly weapon can't pierce through here, and it's impossible to escape. You should know that the Dragon Island guards the entrance to the Netherworld. Since this secret room can isolate the aura of the Netherworld, it naturally can isolate your thaumaturgy. Moreover," she stopped smiling, "do you think the 10,000-year ancestor doesn't know this? He only thought that you would be a hindrance to him, so he sent you in here. What did he say to you that made you believe him and put yourself in danger?" Li Yunshin smiled coldly and shook his head. Provoke, but the smile froze on his face. He remembered what the Purple Knight Enlightened told him before. Chapter 731. At the bottom of the cold water, the Purple Knight spiritual master spoke of his worries about the 10,000-year ancestor. Li Yunshin thought that the demon cultivator, who he had a good impression of, was confused because the Tao in his heart was different from what he saw in reality. But now that he thought about it, the Purple Knight spiritual master was also an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. How could he suddenly be shaken because his values were touched? What he wanted to ask was not about the Tao, but about the 10,000-year ancestor. He must have felt that the 10,000-year ancestor was different from the previous person. He immediately remembered the grand feeling when he touched the wolf, spine, angry lion spear, as well as the subtle emotions. Most of it was anger, which should have come from the ancient demon skeletons that were suppressed in various places. But there was also a little bit that he almost ignored, a little bit of hope. Li Yunshin instinctively linked that little bit with his current situation, and many details that were originally hidden in his memory surfaced. The 10,000-year ancestor, maybe he had other plans. A former leader of the profound sect, because of a series of changes, fell into trouble in the Roshue River and was imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, what did he want to do the most? It was freedom. It was the freedom to leave the Roshue River and walk freely again. He and Li Yunshin talked about many principles and experiences, using this to prove that what he wanted the most was to reinvigorate the profound sect, and not to mention the word freedom. In fact, Li Yunshin should have been aware of this. But the problem was when he was in contact with the people of the lifeless immortal sect, the disciples of the 10,000-year ancestor also kept mentioning these four words: reinvigorate the profound sect. The successive hints made him preconceived and gradually formed some kind of inertia. So much so that when he was talking to the 10,000-year ancestor, his thoughts really followed this inertia. Damn it, he was the best at this kind of thing, and knew how wonderful the effect of doing this was. But now he fell into someone else's trap. But now, because of Shinryu's words, he realized, if he used to use the most sinister method to figure out people's minds, why did the 10,000-year ancestor spend tens of thousands of years to refine an ancient demon in the sea cave? He was not the person with the highest cultivation in this world. And over the course of tens of thousands of years, the Celestials had not been isolated from the world. If the ancient devil from the Netherworld really came out, how could the celestial beings just sit back and do nothing? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? The 10,000-year ancestor, had another goal in mind. The sense of anticipation he felt from the wolf, spine, angry lion spear. Was it the ancient devils, or the 10,000-year-old ancestors, or both? Li Yunxin took a deep breath. Divine Lord, are you saying that the 10,000-year-old ancestor refined the skeleton for tens of thousands of years in order to refine a body for himself? You guessed it right on the first try. You're indeed a smart person. Because I've done this kind of thing before. Li Yunxin frowned and sneered. Good, good, good. I actually fell for it. It's like hitting a goose and getting pecked in the eyes by the goose. So you're saying that he was afraid that I would ruin his plans. So he sent me in as well. Good, good, good. Huh. What a great 10,000-year-old ancestor. His face suddenly darkened. I really want to trust someone this time. I'm afraid that you're blinded by love. Since you were born, you deserve to be called a decisive, cold, and calm person. Recently, you've been together with the princess of Dongting. It seems that you've really fallen in love. Li Yunxin, when a person falls in love, he will become weak. Didn't you know this kind of thing before? Shinryu smiled faintly. You've been blinded by the female monster and did some stupid things. I won't blame you for now. Now that you're in the cage, you can think about whether you want to abandon the dark side and enter the light side. This dragon island was originally used to suppress the netherworld aura underground. Since the netherworld aura can't pass through here, you have no way to escape from here. I'll give you some time to think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinryu's figure immediately disappeared. Li Yunxin stood alone in the room for a while. He thought that what Shinryu said was probably true. The 10,000-year-old ancestor and his Shinryu knew each other much longer than him, so their cooperation should be longer. But how could he make such a mistake before and believe the old ancestor's words? Shinryu said that he fell in love with Hong Yang Yang, which affected his judgment. Li Yunxin was a little scared. He didn't want to admit that it was true, because if he did, it means that the rational thinking that he was most proud of was affected. That would be more troublesome than any disease or disaster. But he temporarily calmed down. He knew that Shinryu's appearance also conveyed another good news. This so-called Lord Shinryu really didn't have enough power right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to trap himself and use this secret room trick. So he began to walk slowly in this hall. He didn't dare to move before because he was afraid of some terrible traps. Now that Shinryu used this as a prison, it meant that it should be safer. Apart from a secret room in Yanshan, this was the first time he had a close contact with the creation of that world. His heart was full of curiosity, a little like a person who traveled to the future. He wanted to see how many miracles there were that exceeded his imagination. He first reached out his hand and carefully touched the wall. Then he felt a comfortable temperature. It was neither cold nor hot. The wall looked slightly rough, but when he touched it, it was unexpectedly smooth. A bold idea popped into Li Yunxin's mind. He exhaled lightly, turned around, and faced the wall. When Shinryu appeared again, about a day had passed. The light formed in the room, and he saw Li Yunxin facing the wall. He was sitting in a corner of the wall with a pale white spear by his feet. His shoulders were moving slightly. It was obvious that he was fiddling with something. This scene seemed to make Shinryu a little confused. After looking for a while, she said in a low voice, Li Yunxin, what do you think? Li Yunxin fiddled with it for a while, then turned around and said, What? Think about what? Shinryu frowned, took 2 steps to the side, and looked at the thing in front of Li Yunxin. But there was nothing, it was just a white wall. Forsake the darkness for the light. Shinryu looked at him again and said, The 10,000-year ancestor refined the ancient demon to replace his body. Even the Rock King is no match for him. In the future, the world will be divided into 3, and I will take one. You are no longer the small fry you used to be, and there are many eyes on you. It is impossible for you to get along well. Why don't you join me like Kodo-kun? Li Yunxin slowly stood up and picked up his spear. Then Kodo-kun joined you, what now? As he spoke, he pretended to look behind Shinryu, as if there was a living person in front of him, and Kodo-kun might be hiding beside her. That person hates me to death. Now that I am trapped, she doesn't jump out to talk nonsense, Could it be that she joined you and got killed? If that's the case, I don't dare. Why don't I stay here for a few more days? Shinryu did not say anything. He stared at him for a long time, until Li Yunxin spread his hands and said, "You think that there is nothing to be afraid of just because my strength is not as good as before. You should know that in this world, strength is not necessarily measured by the level of one's realm or the amount of strength. The things I have are far more than you can imagine. I was once a Teisho, and I have a way to make you a Teisho without any worries. Now that you ask Kodo-kun, maybe you think that she and I are avoiding you and don't dare to see you. I think that she is no match for you now. But what if I say that I have given her the true method, and she will become a Teisho in a few days? When that time comes, it is really not up to you to think." Li Yunxin thought for a while and said, "Oh." Shinryu looked behind him again, shook his head, and disappeared again. In the next 10 days, Shinryu appeared 3 times. Perhaps it was because she was seen through, but she also knew that Li Yunxin was now trapped, so she did not speak as high and mighty as before, but was much calmer, as if she really wanted to take Li Yunxin under her command. Unfortunately, she had told Li Yunxin that he was played by the 10,000-year ancestor, and Dragon King, who had been traumatized, became a frightened bird, and it was difficult for him to believe any sincere words. But she did not seem to be in a hurry. She had once told Li Yunxin that there were people from the lifeless immortal sect guarding outside, and it would be difficult for his reinforcements to come here. Even if he summoned the help of the Teisho, it would be impossible to break the seal of this secret room. She had the patience to tell Li Yunxin to stay here for thousands of years. Everyone knew that loneliness was the most terrible punishment, but there was still no response. It was not until the 6th time Shinryu appeared that she found that things were a little different. Li Yunxin was trapped for more than 10 days, but his mental state was excellent. He was not immortal. He did not need to eat or drink, and he did not need much sleep. If his spirit could hold up, it would be difficult to be defeated. But right now, he seemed to be eating. He inserted his spear into the ground, and with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly against the wall, as if he was thinking. He was chewing something in his mouth, as if he was eating snacks. Shinryu noticed this. She frowned. "What is that in your mouth? Where did it come from?" "Chewing gum." Li Yunxin stopped in her tracks and opened her palm, revealing 2 fingernail-sized lumps of white skin. Refreshing breath, protecting the teeth and gums. "Do you want it?" Shinryu's face became serious. Her eyes began to wander around, but the hall was as clear as day. Other than her illusion, there was only Li Yunxin and his spear. The dome, the walls, and the floor were all clean, and there was nothing else. "It seems that you have some tricks up your sleeve." She looked away and stared at the 2 pieces in Li Yunxin's palm for a while. "But since you tried it, you should know that this place isolates spiritual energy. You can't use the Dragon Palace to escape, and you can't summon anything." She looked at Li Yunxin again and snorted, deliberately mystifying. Li Yunxin laughed. "Oh, I did try it. I want to find a great sage to save me, but I couldn't contact him. I wanted to escape through the Dragon Palace, but I couldn't get in. I couldn't use the sleeve dimension, and I couldn't use the earth escape thaumaturgy. You're right. This place isolates spiritual energy, so it's a good place to imprison people. Then guess where did my chewing gum come from?" Shinryu seemed to be relieved. "You've always liked to eat and drink. It's just a few snacks that you brought with you, and you took them out from your clothes. You want to use such a small trick too? You're so paranoid." Li Yunxin laughed and said, "You think I have the thaumaturgy to take things out from the Dragon Palace, and you think this place can't restrict my thaumaturgy? Then it seems like this trick of yours won't work." Shinryu frowned again, thinking that Li Yunxin was really hard to tame. "If that's the case, you can continue to stay here. Let me see what other tricks you have." After saying that, her figure disappeared again. Li Yunxin only had time to say, "Shenkuan, why do I see that you're starting to feel uneasy?" before the hall went silent. Maybe it was Li Yunxin's behavior that made Shinryu lose her patience. Or maybe Shinryu was really busy with something. After more than 10 days, Shinryu's illusion appeared again. The last time she appeared, She was shocked by the things in Li Yunxin's mouth and hands. This time, she almost stared at him as soon as she appeared. The hall used to be pure white, but now it was different. The dome turned bright red, but the light it cast was still warm and white. The walls turned golden, as if they were gilded. The floor turned wooden and even had textures. There was a round table in the hall, and Li Yunxin was eating. The big round table was filled with food and wine. There was a large, crispy, roasted suckling pig in the middle. The color was amber, and the oil was shiny and still steaming. On the other side, there was a row of lively dishes. Sea cucumber stewed with pork tendon, shark fin and crab soup, razor clam soup, mushroom stewed chicken, rabbit fruit milk sticks, fish belly stewed with ham, steamed shad, wincy tofu, pheasant soup, fake grouper liver, foie gras soup, scarlet lips, and rice wine. On the other side, there were all kinds of fresh and dried fruits and side dishes for hot eating and drinking. Li Yunxin rolled up his sleeves and ate with both hands. His mouth was greasy, and it was a mess in front of him. The empty wine jars rolled on the ground, making a ringing sound. Looking further, there were oranges, apples, watermelons, pineapples, durians, and fragrant pears piled up by the wall. More hooks appeared on the wall, and there was a row of dried chicken, duck, bacon, and sausages. Shinryu was stunned by the scene in front of her for a full 3 breaths, and then said, "You." Li Yunxin put his arm on the table and waved the half-eaten drumstick in his hand and laughed. "Let me count the days. Today is the 18th of the 12th lunar month. It will be New Year in a few days. I think if you want to lock me up for a few more days, I will be alone, cold. What should I do? But New Year has to pass. I'll buy some New Year's goods first. I won't be lonely." I even rhymed. The expression on Shinryu's face changed rapidly. She no longer looked at Li Yunxin, nor did she look at the food in front of him. Instead, she looked at the dome, the wall, and the floor. Her eyes became strange when she looked at these things. "You," she slowly frowned. "Where did you come from?" She quickly retracted her gaze and looked back and forth at Li Yunxin, as if trying to see through him. "Where did you come from? How many things did you bring?" Li Yunxin smiled and stood up. He casually threw the drumstick on the table and clapped his hands, and his face became clean. Then he snapped his fingers and said, "Recycle." The empty wine jars on the floor suddenly sank into the ground, and the mess on the table also sank into the ground. The half-eaten food and the tasted food all sank into the ground and disappeared. The untouched wine and dishes were still neatly arranged on the table. It was as if there was an invisible, nimble servant who helped him collect everything. He took out a piece of chewing gum from his sleeve and threw it into his mouth and looked at Shinryu with a sigh. "Don't lie to yourself. My clothes, the workmanship is excellent. The 3-dimensional cut perfectly accentuates my tall figure and elegant temperament. Where can I hide things? They all came from this room." Li Yunxin smiled. "But it's not your fault. The translucent jade slip was in the hands of the 2 fake saints of Cloud Mountain for 1,000 years, and they still didn't have a clue. It's just a problem of vision. Your problem is the same. You stayed in this room for 1,000 years, and you don't know the real magic of this room. It's also a problem of vision. You see, I came here, and then I started to touch the wall. That time you appeared, you even took 2 steps, and you saw what I was doing. Do you know what this means?" He paused for a moment, but Shinryu's face became extremely ugly, and she didn't speak. So he continued, "It means, first, you may not have tried to touch the wall before, because you don't know that there is such a thing as an interactive physical touchscreen, or a touchscreen for short. This kind of room, extremely simple, cold, futuristic, I think it's possible at first glance. Or maybe you tried it, but you don't know how to go further, right?" As he spoke, he walked to the wall and stretched out his thumb to draw. A very faint light appeared on the wall, and then an equally faint pattern appeared. In the middle was a solid white bright spot. Around this bright spot, there were 8 layers of rings. The rings were very thin, like strands of hair. On top of these rings, there were 8 circular light spots of different sizes and slightly different colors. Some were red, and some were blue. Some were blue and white, and some were khaki. On the largest khaki light spot, there seemed to be a red eye. This thing is called a verification pattern, Li Yunxin said as he glanced at Shinryu. He saw the eagerness in Shinryu's eyes, so he laughed. Oh, it seems that you did accidentally draw this verification pattern, but you don't know how to do it, right? It's actually very simple. Fill these 8 small light spots one by one into the 8 layers of rings. As he spoke, Li Yunxin pointed at the khaki light spot with the red spot and pulled it down. The light spot followed his fingertips, and he pulled it to the 5th layer of the ring. And then the light spot began to move on the ring. He glanced at Shinryu again. The godly monarch was holding his breath, as if he didn't have time to say anything, and focused all of his attention on the pattern. He chuckled and casually pulled the remaining 7 light spots down. He pulled the blue and white one to the 1st ring and the red one to the 8th ring. When the 8 light spots began to move, Shinryu's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to speak, the 8 small light spots suddenly collided with each other as if they were drunk, and finally, the whole pattern turned into a light spot and disappeared. The wall returned to its original state. Shinryu's eyes dimmed. Li Yunxin spread out his hands. See, if you fill in the wrong place, you can't break the seal. It seems that the godly monarch has tried it before. Then I guess you don't know what a solar system is. Chapter 732. Secondly, you didn't even notice me coming and going in this room a couple of times. I did try to use a thaumaturgy to escape, but I couldn't. That means you're telling the truth. This house is able to isolate spirit energy thaumaturgy. It also means you can't see what I'm doing here. But this house definitely has a monitoring function, but you don't know how to use it. Then take a guess, do I know how to use it now? Shinryu looked around. Li Yunxin pretended not to notice her actions, turned around, and fiddled with the wall for a while, then moved away. A small window appeared on the wall, with a few lines of text. He pointed on it. After you pass the image verification, part of the function will be unlocked. The most basic function, life support, but it's also interesting. I thought that people in the future with super high technology would have more variety of food. But it seems that the dishes aren't too different, just that they're very comprehensive. I think they're all synthetic, but I can't tell. That's great. What I'm fiddling with now should be a catering system. Divine Monarch, have you tried coffee? Do you want to try? You can calm yourself down. I feel like you're not in a good state right now. While he was talking, a tray suddenly appeared on the originally smooth wall. There was a small cup on the tray, steam rising from a cup. Li Yunxin took the cup, and the tray retracted. He took a sip of the coffee, then looked at Shinryu. So, you think this house is indestructible and can isolate spirit energy, so you want to use it as a cage to lock me in. But this is like a person who got a steel gun, but only thinks that it's very hard and easy to use to smash people. It's really a waste. Divine Monarch, if you lock me up here for a few more days, your Dragon Island might become mine. Are you afraid? Shinryu didn't say anything, only stared at him, as if trying to see how many secrets he had in his head and what kind of things he could do. Li Yunxin wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked around the living room with a cup of coffee in his hand, as if he was taking a stroll. After a while, he waved at the ground and muttered something. A sofa suddenly appeared on the ground. The leather of the sofa creaked as he sat down. Li Yunxin sighed contentedly. When it comes to enjoyment, no one knows it better than the people of the future. Let's talk about this. Although there are many Tao techniques and demon techniques, they are all in the hands of a few people. As for these people, their thinking couldn't break away from the limitations of the era, and they weren't very willing to ponder over this. In the end, they were a little lacking. From this, we can see that the demand of the general public is the driving force to improve the quality of life. Sigh, the true dragon suddenly said, perhaps I really don't know about these methods of yours. But how do you know that I didn't let you in because I didn't know and that I wanted to get the method to control these things from you? I don't care. Li Yunxin smiled. The gap between our knowledge reserves can no longer be described as a generational difference. You need to memorize a lot of things that I think are common sense. But even if he did, it would only be a small detail in a series of operations. He wouldn't be able to remember it all. For example, He raised his hand again, and the floor lit up. In front of him, three-dimensional images formed by thin lines of light appeared in the air. There were 8 of them. 4 of them were lifelike images. One of them was a majestic palace. It was the architectural style of the Midland. One of them was a greenish-gray figure. It was a woman. She wore a bright crown on her head and held a torch in one hand and a book in the other. One of them was a half-length statue. It had a long head, a huge nose, and deep eyes. The style was quite rough. There was a huge statue of a fist, holding a broken sword in its hand. There were also 4 irregular patterns that looked like maps. This image, after passing it, can unlock some other functions. But among these 8 images, I only know 3. I don't know the palace, the hand holding the broken sword, and 3 of the maps. But I can try. The Statue of Liberty corresponds to the United States, Li Yunxin said as he matched the 2 images. There is also a stone statue of Easter Island. I don't know what Easter Island looks like, so I put it aside for now. The style of the palace is Chinese, but I can't find a rooster map of China in the 4 maps. So I guess in the other world, the country with Chinese civilization inheritance is different from the one on my side. But it doesn't matter, I looked carefully and found the coastline of East Asia in this map, so it corresponds to the original world of China, super large. The other 2 are easy to deal with. The stone statue of Easter Island is on the island. So of these 2 maps, one has a relatively flat edge and the other is fragmented with a few islands. It means that one is bigger and the other is smaller, so the stone statue of Easter Island should correspond to the smaller one. As he spoke, he put the remaining 2 images back in place. The successfully matched images emitted a soft light and slowly faded away. You see, there are some things I don't know, but I can infer based on the common sense I know. But you don't even have this common sense, and if you try by luck, the 4 beautiful buildings correspond to 4 maps. The probability of getting it right is not very good. But this is also only opening up some unimportant permissions. But even at this step, there are some things that even I don't know, and I have to guess. In the future, when it comes to more core functions, the common sense needed should be even more difficult than this. The people in their world may not be strenuous, but they're not friendly to me. But I can still guess and try my luck. What about you, Divine Cohen? Li Yunxin smiled and raised his cup to her. So, knowledge is power. Shinryu carefully watched the process of Li Yunxin's operation. While listening to him, she occasionally frowned and thought, as if she was considering whether what he said was true or whether he was lying to her. But in the end, she realized that Li Yunxin did not hide anything, and what he said was consistent with what he did. So after a while, she shook her head. It seems that there is no shortcut to become proficient in these methods of unlocking traps, and it can't be done in one go. Even if you have the information, it is difficult to learn it purposefully, Li Yunxin said. The person or team who designed these verification patterns is very tricky. You can memorize some of the information, but there are some unlocking methods that don't need the exact information, but the values and thinking of the person who unlocked it. If you didn't grow up in a certain world and environment, it will be impossible to deal with it, because there are many things that even the person who unlocked it may not have thought about. There is such a difference here. Li Yunxin's tone changed. He became more sincere. Shinryu noticed this change, and her expression relaxed a little. What are you trying to say? Li Yunxin put his cup on the sofa's armrest, stood up, and slowly walked to the opposite side of Shinryu. The 2 of them were only 2 steps apart, and probably no one in this world was able to talk to Shinryu at such a distance. I'm very happy now. I can talk to the big shots face to face and negotiate with them, he said calmly. I don't want much, he said calmly. I said that knowledge is power, and information is power. So I only want information. You promised me the realm of Teisho. Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or not. Just from what I see, I'm not tempted by your proposal. If I want to be a Teisho, I can make myself a Teisho, and I don't need to trouble others. What I want is not the position of a true dragon or something else that people in your world think is powerful. But to me, it's just like chicken ribs. I want information. I want to know what you remember from the beginning of your memory, such as something related to the painting Saint Chen Zhao and related things in the netherworld. Shinryu did not say anything. He seemed to be thinking about whether what Li Yunxin said was true or not. He waited patiently for a while, and suddenly said, "Do you feel relieved now?" "What?" Li Yunxin smiled. "I heard that you have been in a deep sleep for 1,000 years. But now I know that it is because your strength has been greatly reduced, and you have to use mystery to maintain people's respect for you. You must have had a hard time in the past 1,000 years. Even when you appeared recently, you hid your head and showed your tail, only letting people see bits and pieces of you. But now that the matter had been laid out, there was a sense of relief, as though a broken jar had been lifted from its burdens. Does it feel good to remove the mask and disguise?" Shinryu was silent for a while, and then smiled mysteriously. Being too smart may not be a good thing. He thought that she would say something else. But right after she said this, Shinryu's figure suddenly disappeared. She had left. This caused Li Yunxin to be a little surprised. However, this was within reason. Even if he pointed out the true dragon's weak point, since the other party could stay on this dragon island for 1,000 years without any worries, then it would have the patience to wait a few more days, observe for a few more days, and weigh the pros and cons for a few more days. So he smiled, walked to the wall, and began to point at it. Just like that, 3 days passed. According to the human world's calendar, it should be the 21st of the 12th lunar month. Li Yunxin ate and drank to her heart's content for another 3 days. She made some interesting little things, but there weren't many that were useful. Making these things wasn't as easy as he told Shinryu. Since this hall was the entrance to the netherworld for Dragon Island, and it could cooperate with the Cloud Mountain to send messages outside of the solar system, it meant that in Xiesheng's world, it should be a relatively advanced technology. At first, Li Yunxin felt that the control system of this hall was very humane. The various unlocking methods were also very interesting. But after understanding a little more, he realized that this system was actually very large and complicated. Some of the more basic things, such as the unlocking method of the life support system, were mostly common sense. It could basically guarantee that a person with a certain degree of education would be able to survive in this room. Considering that the technology level in Xiesheng's world was higher, Li Yunxin's standard of having a certain degree of education might be the standard of a preschool child in that world. But when he went deeper and touched on some core functions, the common sense and thought patterns he told Shinryu weren't very useful anymore. Some professional content began to appear. A small portion of it could be found in Li Yunxin's world. He had no clue about the other half. He couldn't even find a clue to reason about it. He realized that he had also been limited in the past. He only asked Xiesheng some questions that he could think of, but Xiesheng should know more professional knowledge. After all, he was sent to this world after being trained. Then, Chun Zhao should be like Xiesheng. When he thought of this, a subtle emotion surfaced in his heart again. It was like a layer of mud that had gradually sunk into the water had surfaced again. He had read Chun Zhao's diary before and realized that Chun Zhao seemed to be just like that, which greatly reduced his sense of mystery and anticipation towards her. But now he knew that there were other areas, and that what she knew might be far beyond what he could understand. He had always laughed at those who would involuntarily worship and fear in front of strong. But now, there were waves in his heart again. Did this also mean that he couldn't get rid of some deep-rooted bad habits? Damn it. In his previous life, he had never had such troubles. But in this life, when he felt that he was becoming more and more like a human, he also seemed to have many troubles that humans had. He didn't know whether it was good or bad. He made up his mind to drag Xiesheng out again after he escaped from his cage. This time, he had to make sure that Xiesheng's mind didn't collapse again and get some information from him. He had a premonition that Xiesheng wouldn't be in his hands for much longer. He had attracted too many people's attention and controlled too many resources. The saying that the bird that poked its head out might not be true, but it wasn't far from it. Some forces wouldn't allow him to have too many things for too long. Li Yunxin made a clock in the hall. It floated in the air, glittering like a crystal, ticking, ticking, ticking. Finally, the hall was filled with some noise, making it less lonely. When the clock reached 9 o'clock in the evening, a bit of light appeared in the hall again. At this time, Li Yunxin was sitting on the sofa and drinking Coke. There were some lights floating in the air in front of him. The scene was explosive. Mechanical vehicles exploded in the air, and heavy infantry took turns advancing on the surface of an unfamiliar planet. A likable villain was anxiously stomping his feet in a helicarrier. A beautiful Federation female spy was stealing classified information from the big bed in the bedroom. This was a completely different look from the movies and TV shows of his era. As long as he had enough energy, he could see countless details at the same time. Sometimes, he even felt like he was in a trance. Everything he had experienced in this world was just a dream. Now, he was in the real world, in a civilized world where he didn't have to worry about his life and future. At this time, a dot of light appeared. But this time, it wasn't Shinryu. The human figure formed by the light was Zither Cohen. Before he could see Zither Cohen's appearance clearly, he heard a pitiful voice. Li Yunxin, save me. Chapter 733. As soon as she finished speaking, Guqin's phantom appeared in front of him. Li Yunxin was stunned for a moment. That was because of Guqin's current appearance. From her tone, it seemed that she had suffered some kind of inhuman torture. She should be covered in wounds, disheveled hair, and dirty face. Otherwise, she should be pale and haggard. But on the contrary, she looked extremely imposing now. It was as if a fiend god had appeared. But different from Li Yunxin and Hatred's demon god body, she looked much more beautiful. She was not wearing clothes, but her body was covered in fine golden scales. Her scale armor was different from Li Yunxin's god-fiend body, which was mighty and ferocious. Instead, it accentuated her beautiful figure, as if it was a tight-fitting garment inlaid with sequins. Her hair turned snow-white and reached her feet. Li Yunxin could not see her back, but he guessed that the hair would extend all the way to her spine. There was a pair of brilliant horns on his head, and there were specks of gold hovering around him. His entire body was bathed in a golden mist that was as dense as water vapor. It was like a dream, but her posture was not right. She was standing with her hands and feet together, as if she was being punished. When he looked at her face, her expression matched her words. For the first time, Guqin showed a frightened expression in front of Li Yunxin. She stared at him. Save me. Li Yunxin put the cup on the armrest and looked at her suspiciously. What is Guqin doing? Shinryu wants to refine me. She was still motionless as she spoke. Li Yunxin realized that if her current performance was not fake, then it meant that she was bound by some kind of power. This was interesting. There was actually someone who could immobilize Dragon's Son, who was at the peak of the profound realm, and even when he used his demon god body, he could not free himself. But her demon god body looked a little familiar. As soon as this thought appeared, Li Yunxin's mind lit up. Yes, when he met Shinryu for the first time in Mount Lord Dongting's Crepe Palace, she sat majestically in the hall. At that time, she was dressed in a gorgeous robe, but her appearance and the corners of her eyes were very similar to the Zither lady in front of her. He had a plan in mind, so he leaned back on the sofa and laughed. We are brothers and sisters after all. Earlier, little Nine was swallowed by second brother. In the middle of the night, he begged me to save him, saying that second brother wanted to refine him. And now you've been swallowed by Shinryu again? That can't be. Shinryu is even afraid of me now. So how could they possibly deal with you? I say, are you Zither Monarch or not? I hope that the Divine Monarch didn't disguise himself as the Zither Monarch to scare me in order to lure me out. If he really did that, he would really be lowering himself to the ground. Zither June seemed to be struggling to speak. Her eyes widened. It's me. I know about the Li Emperor. She gritted her teeth and said, I was tricked by Shinryu. Oh. Li Yunxin tilted his head and looked at her. The Li Emperor. Fine. If I know this, I will believe that you're a Zither lady. So you're really in trouble? It seems like you don't have much time, so just say it. I will listen to you and see if I need help. After saying this, he lifted the cup again and looked away from Zither lady. When Zither lady's illusion appeared, The scene of war in the hall instantly froze, and the sound disappeared. But now his eyes returned to the images, and the images continued to move. For a moment, the sound of guns and cannons were deafening. These were scenes that Zither Lady had never seen before. But right now, she couldn't care about anything else. She couldn't even care about Li Yunxin's nonchalant attitude. Like a drowning person trying to grab onto a life-saving straw, she said, "Shinryu told me that our relationship is different from the other 8. She also promised me many benefits. Those people from the Lifeless Immortal sect also revealed some information to me. They said that Shinryu's strength is not what it used to be. So I really came to Dragon Island to find her, but I didn't expect to be controlled by her. Now she wants to refine me into a puppet. She said that she wants to merge with me and return to Taishang." Li Yunxin finally looked away from the images, and the hall became quiet again. Wait, being concise doesn't mean avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, big sister. Shinryu said that your relationship with her is different. What's the difference? You're being controlled by her. How? She wants to refine you. How? She wants to merge with you. Will your consciousness be erased, or will the two of you be mixed together? If you don't explain this clearly, how can I help you? I don't have much time. I have plenty of time. And I'm not the one who's going to die. Li Yunxin sneered. Saving little Geo doesn't mean that I'll save you. I save him because he saved me. But big sister, you're different. Don't tell me you still think that I'm a good person. If you don't want to say it, then I'll continue to be happy here. I don't care what kind of body you two use to do it. Anger flashed across Harp Cohen's face. But now she seemed to have reached the end of the road. She even gave up the last bit of her dignity. She widened her eyes. Fine. She said that the remaining 8 are all dragon souls and demon souls. But I'm not. I'm a dragon soul from head to toe. I never thought that there would be a dragon son like the 8 of you. It's just that when she created me, she realized that there were some problems that even she didn't know about. And thus, there were you guys. It's also because of that problem that I stopped at the peak of the profound realm, unable to take that step. She said that now that you and the 10,000-year ancestor were pressuring her, she really had no choice but to help me advance to the Grand Elder. It was her new idea. That's why I believed her. Huh. You can even believe that. Li Yunxin gloated. Oh, but strong negative emotions do have a significant effect on lowering one's intelligence. All right, continue. I came to the Dragon Island, where you are, and then she brought me to the entrance of the Netherworld. Li Yunxin interrupted her. You're at the entrance of the Netherworld now? It's just a chaotic world. She said that beyond this world is the Netherworld. But there's already some Netherworld aura here. That Netherworld aura is extremely overbearing. When I went there and appeared, I was defenseless. My demon power was rushed by the Netherworld aura, and I almost lost my breath. She took advantage of this opportunity to restrain me, and then sealed the Netherworld aura in my body. Oh, I understand. The demon power in your body is very strong, but the Netherworld aura is even stronger. It jumped into your body, and the two intersected. The situation is very similar to cultivation deviation, and the spiritual power in your body is in disorder. Good idea. What else? How does she refine you? I don't know. Her method is very unique. But from what she said, I guess it was someone from the Lifeless Immortal sect who taught her this method. Including the 9 Dragon Kings, that she refined her own essence. They should all be taught by someone from the Lifeless Immortal sect. Li Yunxin's expression finally became serious. He straightened his body and frowned for a while. Listening to what you said, it does sound a little believable. Refine. That 10,000-year-old ancestor is refining the demon from the great Netherworld. It's reasonable to say that he found this method himself and then taught it to Shinryu. Then he thought for a while, is she planning to refine you into her body like how that 10,000-year-old ancestor refined the ancient demon into his own body? Yes, that's right. Qin Kuan shouted. Although this is my problem, Shinryu also tricked you to come here. Once I'm refined, the next one will be you. I'm already at the peak of the profound realm, and Shinryu used to be the Grand Elder. Once she succeeds, Li Yunxin, Your good days will come to an end. Li Yunxin stood up and waved his hand. The image in the hall disappeared. He frowned slightly, paced 2 steps, and said, "Tell me about it. What does the entrance to the netherworld look like? And how big is it? How can you appear here to ask for help now?" "I don't know how big it is. It's surrounded by chaos, and there's only a small piece of land, about the size of a house. But I guess it's not small. I also guess that Shinri has stayed here for a long time and slowly adapted to the netherworld energy. Because the spiritual power she used to refine me was the power of the netherworld. She leaves here every few days to go to the surrounding void, I guess. It should be like on the ground, where cultivators collect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to collect the netherworld energy. It's not difficult to appear here. There's a mirror on the ground, and I use that mirror to show myself. I thought of a way when she wasn't paying attention, but after waiting for so many days, I was sure that she was really far away and didn't know the situation here, so I took the risk. I don't have much time, and I don't know if there will be a next time. How long do you think it will take?" Li Yunxin looked at her. "How long do you think you can hold on? Don't rush me. If what you said is true, I have to plan carefully. If you drag me into this, you'll really be done for." Qin Kuan hesitated for a moment. "At most 10 days. Li Yunxin sighed. 10 days? Ah, isn't it going to be the new year? Qin Kuan was stunned. It seemed that the word New Year was very strange to her. What should be strange? In thousands of years, who would have the time to celebrate New Year every year? Okay, I see. Li Yunxin sighed again. Let me think about it. I don't have much time. Qin Kuan only finished her sentence. She's here. Then her figure quickly disappeared. The hall returned to silence. Li Yunxin walked back to the sofa, picked up the cup and took a sip, and found that his breath had dissipated. So he threw it on the ground. The cup and the water were quickly absorbed, and the floor became clean. He began to think about something. But it wasn't about Qin Kuan, but about the information implied in her words, if it was true. In the past, he only knew that the so-called Celestials were not people of this world. But he had no idea what they, or Xieshen, could do. But now that he was in this room and had studied it for many days, he had a general idea. He had unraveled some of the basic functions of this hall. The people who were aware of that world must have an unbelievably high level of technology. One must know that this house and the Cloud Mountain should have appeared 40,000 years ago. At that time, with such a high level of technology, it was hard to imagine what they couldn't handle. The people in his world often worried about certain things, such as the exhaustion of resources and food shortage, or the Earth being hit by an asteroid. That would mean a calamity of destruction. But here, what couldn't the people with such a high level of technology solve? Those who knew the inside story, Grandmaster D, Xie Sheng, and Li Chunfeng, always talked about the destruction of this world. But what did the destruction of this world have to do with them? Wouldn't it be better if they just left? Even the people in his world had the audacity to think that they could collect resources in space and synthesize food and consumables to meet the needs of long-distance travel. But here, in this world, these fantasies had become reality. Why would they be afraid of the destruction of the world? There was a possibility, based on his thinking, that they lacked something crucial, so they couldn't leave. He felt that it was very likely that it was fuel. Based on this assumption, he thought there were many huge pipes inside the Cloud Mountain. There were various types of landforms, vegetation, and ecological environments in the pipes. There are also some rare or common species. Could these be seen as a closed ecosphere, or like the animals on the ark that were going to be taken away? If the Cloud Mountain was a huge aircraft, then it could be explained that the descending Celestials were hiding in the Cloud Mountain. Were they planning to use the Cloud Mountain to leave this world? 40,000 years ago, the Cloud Mountain, Dragon Island, Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fenghu formed a communication system and sent a message to the edge of the solar system. Was it a request for help? Were Chun Zhao and Xie Sheng the messengers sent by the world that had received the distress signal? But Chun Zhao's diary revealed a certain tendency. She had originally come to this world with ambition, planning to solve the problem. But after seeing what the descenders on the Cloud Mountain did, she was quickly disappointed and dissatisfied with them. In the end, she became hostile toward them. Could this explain the attitude of the elders on the Cloud Mountain toward Xiesheng and her former self? The rescuers sent by that world should have been important people that they were eager to get. But the elders' attitude was cold and indifferent, as if they were saying, "Since you came to us, we'll take you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent so much effort to find you." Was it because of Chun Zhao's mistake that they had developed a sense of rejection? But people in desperate situations, like the Zither lady, had no right to reject or complain. They would seize every opportunity. And with the elders' attitude, did it mean that they thought there was a way to leave this world that was about to encounter a great calamity without relying on the help of that world? Then there was another problem. With the aloof attitude of the people from that world and the personality that Chun Zhao showed after becoming the art saint, they didn't seem to be the kind of people who were overflowing with sympathy. Could it be that Chun Zhao had a grudge because of the cruel attitude of the Celestials toward the ancients of this world? It should be something else that made her feel disgusted. This something else might also be related to the Netherworld. The important figures all turned their eyes to the Netherworld. Even the two Celestials, who seemed to be the first in the history, had gone to the Netherworld. The answer to the mystery should also be there. The conflicts between different forces in Midland should only be the external manifestation of the great event that was happening in the Netherworld. What he should do now was not to spend too much time thinking about Midland. Instead, he should settle the things in the Netherworld. Then all the doubts would be easily solved. Chapter 734. Li Yunxin sat down at the table and lightly slapped his forehead. Now that things have developed to this point, even with his high IQ, he felt like he was about to lose track of everything. In recent days, he would sometimes wish that this hall could turn into a small spaceship and take him away from these headaches. Staying in the deep space all alone, good. Because of this thought, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. He froze for a moment, then laughed and said to himself, "So that's what happened." His body and expression relaxed at the same time, as if a lot of troubles had been dispelled because of this thought. So now he began to think about Gu Kuan's appearance. In fact, this matter was quite simple. All he had to do was look at it from two different angles. Shinryu must have been frightened by what he said before, so she began to regret leaving Li Yunxin in this hall. She hoped that he would leave as soon as possible. So whether or not she discovered that Gu Kuan was secretly communicating with him, she wouldn't stop it, and would even be happy to see it happen. So whether or not Gu Kuan's words were true or false was meaningless. Man said that he wasn't completely sure that Gu Kuan's words were true. Even if there was a way to prove it, it was still possible that Shinryu was using her to set up a trap. But because of an idea that flashed through his mind, he felt that he had a way to deal with this dilemma. The next thing he needed to do was to get more information. Li Yunxin stretched his arm and casually tapped on the table. Information appeared everywhere. He picked a few dishes that he had never heard of before. When they appeared on the table, he pushed them to the side. He ate them bite by bite, and at the same time, he used his fingertips to draw on the table. Compared to the past few days where he was almost casual and did whatever he wanted, now he was obviously going straight for a certain goal. This goal would be very difficult to achieve. From time to time, he would stop to think or sigh. After spending almost 6 hours, he didn't get up or look up. Obviously, his progress was very slow. Another 8 hours passed, and a visitor interrupted his work. This time was Shinryu. His gaze was gloomy. He didn't say anything after he appeared. Instead, he stared at Li Yunxin for a long time. She knew that the longer the person in front of her pointed, the more secrets he would know and the more advantages he would gain. Previously, when he was doing these things, he didn't seem to be using much effort. But now, it was as if he had encountered a huge problem. His brows furrowed into a deep crease. But this also meant that he was currently trying to undo an extremely important seal. If such a seal was really broken, who knew how big of a wave he would cause? At this time, Li Yunxin spoke. He did not raise his head. He was still deep in thought. It was as if Shinryu was already an old friend, and there was no need for him to stand up and greet him formally. Just the first sentence was enough to betray a person without hesitation. "Did you know that Zither lady was here just now?" Shinryu was taken aback. "What?" Li Yunxin raised his hand. He seemed to be hinting for her to wait, as he had just thought of a crucial point in the problem. Shinryu looked at him with an uncertain expression. In the end, she didn't say anything. After about 3 breaths of time, he heavily tapped the table, let out a long sigh, and raised his head. It was as if he had finally overcome a barrier and taken a small step forward. "I said Zither lady was here just now." He took a sip from the cup beside him, leaned back on the chair, and looked at Shinryu. "She told me that you wanted to refine her and asked me to save her. She also told me that the method you used to refine her was taught by the 10 millennia ancestor." I felt that she was telling the truth. "Is there really such a thing?" Shinryu's expression turned cold. "Is what you said true?" "Then it seems to be true." Li Yunxin smiled. "I wasn't sure if she was really asking for help, or if you deliberately let her ask for help to lure me out of this room. But it seems that you really don't know. I say, how does it feel to absorb netherworld chi into your body to cultivate? I heard from the 10 millennia ancestor that netherworld chi is extremely overbearing. Since you're cultivating netherworld chi, why are you still so weak?" The few words that Li Yunxin threw at Shinryu seemed to have distracted her. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. For example, why did he betray Qinjun? What else did Qinjun? Did her refining method fail? What was Li Yunxin's plan when she found out about this? Even the dialogue between them was not part of his plan. With so many thoughts, she subconsciously frowned. She had to use a tough tone to hide the anxiety in her heart. Oof. "When you go to the netherworld, you'll know what I'm like in a place with abundant netherworld chi." However, Li Yunxin seemed to want to quarrel with her. He immediately laughed, and his smile was full of mockery. "As far as I know, the place where you stay is just the entrance to the netherworld. The netherworld chi should be very weak. If we really go to the netherworld, I'm afraid that both of us will die." Without waiting for Shinryu to refute, he waved his hand again. It's just a joke. I guess it's because you've been cultivating netherworld chi for a long time. When you go to a place with only spiritual energy in the mortal world, your strength will be greatly reduced." At that time, I messed up the chi of heaven and earth, so that those cultivators couldn't use spiritual energy and could only use the spiritual energy in their bodies. They also became much weaker. No wonder you don't dare to come out of the Dragon Island. As he said these words, the smile on his face suddenly froze. After about a breath's time, he suddenly frowned. Could it be, he stared at Shinryu, you're planning to learn a method from me to open the entrance to the netherworld and let the netherworld chi flow out and fill this world? Shinryu stared at him, not saying a word. The shock on Li Yunxin's face was not fake. It was not until he reached this point that he thought of this and conveniently resolved the 2 unresolved doubts in his mind. All along, everyone he met had a very clear goal, even if they couldn't say it clearly. But he still couldn't figure out the goal of 2 people. The first was the 10 millennium old ancestor. He said that he wanted to promote the righteous path, and that he refined the elder demon's body to prevent it from causing trouble. The second was Shinryu. Shinryu didn't even have a reason like the 10 millennium old ancestor. They were just fighting for the sake of fighting. Now he suddenly realized, what if the 2 of them really formed an alliance to open the entrance to the netherworld and let the netherworld chi fill the land? Shinryu cultivated netherworld chi and was like a fish in water. The 10 millennium old ancestor possessed the elder demon's body, and his strength increased greatly. But the others would be greatly weakened. When these 2 fellows joined hands to do such a thing, they were natural allies who could help each other and benefit from each other's needs. He looked at Shinryu's expression again and realized that his deduction was very likely true. The godly monarch's expression became calm, and the haze of being suppressed by Li Yunxin in terms of intelligence and information was swept away. "I didn't expect you to only think of this today," Shinryu said slowly. I thought you already guessed it, but just didn't want to talk about it. You're right. The netherworld chi is very overbearing, but a small amount of netherworld chi entering the body is not unbearable. This process was gradual, and the transformation from spiritual chi to netherworld chi would be completed in the body. Once the entrance to the netherworld is opened, the netherworld chi will mix with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and I will be able to cultivate in such an environment. Maybe there will be many people who will adapt to such an environment. But at that time, I will be the top existence in the world again. So you first asked the demons on the land to fight each other, and then eliminated the sea demons. Is it because the fewer these existences, the fewer possible opponents you will have in the future? Li Yunxin shook his head and looked at her. So this is the purpose. Oh my God, I thought that you, or someone else, had to have some more brilliant pursuits. But it turned out to be the old-fashioned reason of I want to become stronger, so I want to kill all the heroes in the world. Isn't this reason enough? Shinryu looked at him coldly. If it wasn't because of the disaster and my strength is not as good as before, why would I hide for 1,000 years and live in fear? Li Yunxin spread his hands and sighed. Okay, it's just that your vision. Forget it. It's my vision that is too high. We are in different circles, huh? Let's not talk about this. How you plan to deal with Kitoko? You should worry about how I will deal with you in the future. Shinryu said gloomily, but now that you sold her, what do you want from me? Li Yunxin smiled. Nothing. I'm just curious. I know Kitoko is hard to deal with, but now that I found out that she's going to be refined by you, I naturally have to verify if it is really good to satisfy my gossipy soul. This kind of love-hate thing is not common. I can only say that she misjudged me. If I really saved her, I'm afraid the first thing she will do is to kill me. How could I be so stupid? You're just curious? Shinryu smiled coldly. Then she entrusted the wrong person. She didn't know that a person like you can't be moved with just a few words. Or she didn't catch your sore spot. You're really a cold person, but you do have 2 or 3 weaknesses. She put her hands behind her back and paced around the room, regaining her previous calm demeanor. You didn't catch Kitoko, but I didn't. Li Yunxin, do you know, after you came to my Dragon Island 10 days ago, the Lifeless Immortal sect has already released the news. They said that you are in prison and your life is in danger. Li Yunxin was silent for a moment. They aren't that stupid. Others might not understand who he was talking about, but Shinryu's thoughts were clear. She smiled. But before you came here, you formed an alliance with the Lifeless Immortal sect. Emperor Li is the witness for that. The news that the Lifeless Immortal sect said that you are in trouble may not be credible, but Emperor Li was very anxious when he heard about it. Lu Gongzan and Little Jio'er know that you and Emperor Li can be counted as friends. Do you think they will believe it? Li Yunxin said stiffly, they won't. Huh. I heard that Lu Gongzan has received your teachings and recently caused a lot of trouble on the mainland. He is in the limelight for a while. But he is not you. Or should I say, he is not as heartless as you. Shinryu said happily, I have already received the news. Lu Gongzan is coming to the sea. Little Jio'er is also coming to the sea. There is one more that you might not have thought of. Guess who it is? Li Yunxin was silent for a moment. By Yunxin, I have disappointed you. Shinryu shook her head. It is Li Chunfeng. From the looks of it, you can be counted as having a few life and death friends. You are cold and heartless, but to be able to have a few friends like this I know is not easy. Hong Yang was originally by your side, but later she hit her tracks. I guess it was you who sent her to inform those old friends, telling them that if they hear any news, they should not act rashly. But unfortunately, you missed one thing. You let Hong Yang think that you have feelings for her, so that she can work for you wholeheartedly. This method is very good. But how could she not know that it is precisely because she has feelings for you, that after knowing that you are in danger, she lost her mind, and instead did not do her job well? She had just arrived on the mainland. When she heard about you, she also returned. In this way, apart from Li Chunfeng, those who came are all people with dragon souls. If I refine them, my power should increase. Shinryu looked at Li Yunxin happily. I heard this news today, so I specially came to tell you. Right now, there are not many choices in front of you. You can hide in this hall and not come out. But after I refine Zither Kuin and return to the Taishang, I will capture those who came to help you one by one. After I refine them, I will come back to this hall to find you. At that time, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Or there is another choice. I will tell you how to leave this dragon island. You immediately run out. I will not chase you. Then you can tell those old friends of yours to quickly escape. Similarly, after I refine Zither Kuin, I will come out to capture you one by one. If you choose this path, at least you will have some time to breathe. Maybe you can even keep your life. Li Yunxin looked at her. His tone was indiscernible. In the end, you still want to force me to leave this house. You took the wrong step earlier, and now you have to do so many things to make up for it. If that's the case, why would I let you do what you want? I'm not an idiot. You have nothing to fear if I leave this place. If you don't chase me, the people from the lifeless immortal sect will not let me go. If that 10 millennia ancestor really refined the ancient demon, wouldn't I be in big trouble again? He laughed coldly. I will stay here. The more you want me to leave, the more it shows that you are afraid of this place. Zither Kuin said that you still have 10 days to refine her. Let's see who is faster. How about it? I believe that there is something in this house that can deal with you. Shinryu looked at him. Then you're giving up on their lives. You must know, no matter what the result of the battle between you and me is, once they come, they will not be able to leave. 10 millennia ancestor will capture them for me. These friends who have been through life and death with you, now that they have come and died because of you, don't you feel guilty? Li Yunxin said seriously. They are all adults, not children. Adults should be responsible for the decisions they make. Because of their feelings for me, to me, it is called the cost of survival. If everyone in the world can maintain absolute rationality when dealing with everything and never let emotion overcome reason, then this person's benefits in life will be maximized. But in reality, no one can do this. Everyone would inevitably have to pay the price for their emotional impulses. This price and loss is the cost of a person's survival. In other words, it is their lives. Li Yunxin smiled. I can change my own life, but I can't change the lives of others. I have not wronged them, and there is nothing to feel guilty about. Chapter 735. Shinryu was taken aback by his words, then laughed coldly. No wonder you are so unscrupulous. So you have such a twisted logic in your heart. Li Yunxin also laughed coldly. I have such a twisted logic in my heart, but it's better than you, Lord Shinryu. You want to open the netherworld for your own benefit, but I'm afraid you don't even want to think about this logic. I'm far from being Lord Shinryu. Shinryu was silent for a while, then shook his head. A person with good luck will always be able to turn danger into safety. For example, a gambler gambles all year round, but always manages to win some good things. He uses these good things to exchange for food and clothing and lives on year after year. However, the gambler should also know that even if he had such amazing luck, it would not last long. There would come a day when he would run out and he would lose. When that time comes, what will he do? You're like the gambler. You have always been able to turn misfortunes into blessings, all the way until now. But you are not as good as the gambler because you don't seem to have any self-awareness and think that you will always win. At this point, both of them were no longer anxious. Li Yunxin was interested in Shinryu's words and tilted his head slightly. Lord Shinryu, you are wrong. If the gambler is self-aware and is willing to stop, there will always be a way out. Whether it is chopping wood or selling goods, there will be a way to make a living. But do I have a way out now? If I leave this house, you'll have to find me after refining the Zither Kuin. If I don't leave this house, you will also say that you will come in and fight with me. Lord Shinryu, please tell me, what should I choose? Shinryu frowned, as if he was a little angry. Why are you so muddle-headed now? You have a rare treasure on you, and you have the help of the Grand Elder. If you really want to leave this house, how can the Grand Elder stop you? Li Yunxin suddenly laughed out loud. When he was arguing with Shinryu, his tone was serious, and his expression was serious. He pointed to Shinryu and laughed so hard that his fingertips were trembling. "Look, you were the one who threatened me first, saying that no matter if I stayed here or left, I wouldn't end up well. I was scared, so I decided not to leave. But when you heard me say that, you panicked again and told me about the benefits of me running away now. You were just short of telling me. Maybe the road ahead will suddenly be clear. It was clear that you were really afraid of me. Afraid of me, angry with me. You want to take advantage of me verbally, but you regret it in the blink of an eye. Tell me, aren't you amusing?" Perhaps Shinryu's thoughts were mercilessly exposed by him. His face immediately became stagnant, like a pool of stagnant water. She stopped trying to persuade him. He only looked at Li Yunxin darkly. "You're not leaving. Okay, let's see who's faster, you or me." After saying this, her figure immediately disappeared. Li Yunxin smiled and lowered his head again to study the things on the table. He wasn't sure if his research progress would be smooth, but he knew that Shinryu's progress would have some twists and turns. Everything in the world had some similarities, and Shinryu refining a living Zitherkuin was no exception. Whether the person being refined cooperated or not would greatly affect the progress. Now that she knew that Zitherkuin was restless, she would probably have to spend a lot of time to solve the problem of the person being refined. Zitherkuin probably didn't think that she would be sold out so easily, but Li Yunxin had no choice but to do so. In order to put his idea into practice, he had to first figure out what had happened to the true dragon. If he sold Zitherkuin, Shinryu would be shocked. Since she was shocked, her vigilance would be greatly reduced. In fact, Li Yunxin knew that she was training in Netherworld Qi. He also knew that she hadn't mastered it yet, and was still in the stage of slowly adapting. In the space where she and Zitherkuin stayed, the Netherworld Qi was thin, and only in such an environment could Shinryu be the powerful Shinryu. She wanted to expand her advantage, so she didn't hesitate to open the entrance to the Netherworld. He let these thoughts swirl in his head, so that he wouldn't think about the other things that Shinryu said. Those people who were coming. Old Lu wasn't someone who didn't know him well. The two of them had been through many things together, so he should have enough confidence in himself. If in the past, he might have done all kinds of unwise things because of his own strength and vision, but now that he had the body of Dragon Sun and experienced so many dangers in Midland, he should know what the former Li Yunxin could do, and what the current Li Yunxin could do. He wouldn't be a hindrance, would he? It had been almost 2 months since Li Yunxin left EC. 2 months ago, EC was still a peaceful and prosperous country, but now it was already in a state of chaos and chaos. It wasn't because the Freemasons within the borders were causing trouble, nor was it because the demons were no longer restrained. It was because the remaining troops in the northeast had gone south. Ever since the Battle of Cloud Mountain and the chaos of the Reiki of Heaven and Earth, the world had fallen into chaos. The remaining demons frequently wreaked havoc in the world, but there was no Daodong or Kinzo to restrain them. There were even some ghost cultivators who occupied land and wanted to create a ghost kingdom in the human world. The desires and ambitions that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years erupted at the same time, and the Midland immediately became a pot of porridge. In a moment, countless emperors, kings, marshals, and generals rose up together. Millions, tens of millions of people fought and killed. Among the many feudal vassals, the Yu Kingdom's righteous army could be considered a unique one. Before the world fell into chaos, Prince Rong, Ingjurin, had already taken over half of Yu Kingdom and even a small piece of Qing Kingdom's land. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Yu or the Qing Emperor, neither of them took this matter to heart. The world had its own orthodox Xianmen protecting it. They thought that even if Rong and I temporarily had the help of a demon, when the immortals of Cloud Mountain descended in a thunderous rage, it would still fall apart. How could they know that the people behind Prince Rong were also the people who had turned the Xianmen into a mess? When the world truly fell into chaos, many of the emperors, kings, and generals in the dynasties all became ghost cultivators, and the country fell into chaos. more righteous army or bandit army, rose up together, and no one paid attention to Prince Rong, Ingjurin. Yu Kingdom was originally a small country. Even if Prince Rong dared to be the first in the world and took over half of the country, it was only the land of a province or a prefecture in those large countries. For example, once the Qing Emperor died, there were 4 factions in the country that attacked. Each faction had hundreds of thousands of soldiers in their hands. One of the generals of the Li Kingdom even claimed to command 3 million soldiers and horses. Prince Rong became a complete and utter small shrimp. But after another 2 months, those feudal vassals that had sprung up like wild grass in spring were mostly dead. Normally, the demons lay dormant and humans did not care. The demon kings had divided the Midland into many areas of power. Now that the demon kings had come into being, they were like humans and planned to truly bring all the creatures on the land under their rule. Thus, there were conflicts between demons and humans. For example, the general of the Li Kingdom, who claimed to have 3 million soldiers, first took over a third of the Li Kingdom's territory with a crushing force. Then, immensely pleased with himself, he listened to his advisor's suggestion and planned to find a demon king as a backer and pull in some demon soldiers to help him accomplish some unparalleled emperor. However, he and that half-baked strategist didn't know that the territory he occupied was actually at the border of the 3 great demon kings. Among them, the weakest demon king was usually the happiest. He often did things like massacring villages and cities. That general saw this demon king's brutality and felt that his magic was powerful. Only after sending over a dozen messengers did he strike up a conversation with the demon king. Only after sacrificing the lives of hundreds of boys and girls did he obtain the demon king's promise. However, the demon king had only agreed with empty words and had not done anything, but the other 2 demon kings were already resentful. They thought that this general did not take them seriously, so they rode a demon wind and went straight to the central tent. They first tore apart the weaker demon king and then dug out the general's heart. This general also had some special people with him, so they could still fight together. However, in this chaotic world, there were more so-called wise rulers than wild dogs in the mountains, who would really throw their lives away for someone. It was better to scatter like birds and beasts than choose a tree to nest in. Just like that, the army of 300 scattered in confusion, and a few generals were created. It was also when such things happened one after another that they realized the idea that all creatures in the world were born as humans and that humans were the rulers of heaven and earth did not seem to be true. People crowded the land, bustling with noise and excitement. They labeled the places where people gathered as towns, and labeled the places where there were no people as the wilderness. But in reality, the wilderness was also very lively. On top of the territory of humans, there was also a layer of demon territory. Now that the world was in chaos, people thought that the chaos was caused by humans, but the demons also wanted a share of the pie. These people had sacrificed so many lives to teach them such a lesson. However, for Prince Rong, Ingjurin, who lived in a remote area, he had long known of this understanding. He had originally followed a powerful demon to make his fortune. First, he had the help of Mu Nanju and then the people that Li Yunxin had planted. After the Xianmen collapsed, Lu Gongzan went there again and stayed for a few days. He had the body of a dragon in the Xianmen realm. Even in this chaotic world, he was a rare existence. With this layer, Rong Jun was even less afraid of demon kings and demon generals. The other feudal vassals fought with humans and demons. He only needed to focus on doing his best. Everywhere he went, the slightly weaker demon kings had to avoid him. In this way, after 2 months, Prince Rong had annexed the entire territory of Yu Kingdom and half of Qin Kingdom. He also led his troops to the southeast and suppressed 17 rebellious kings along the way. When he attacked Donghai Kingdom, the territory was almost twice the size of the former Qin Kingdom. At this time, Prince Rong had 2 million soldiers and horses under his command, and his capital was Rong City. There was a new religion in the kingdom, called the Two Saints religion. The great saint was the Wei River Dragon King, and the two saints were the Tontian Dragon King. Every time there was a battle, Rong Jun would chant the names of the two saints and ask the two immortals to possess him. Then he would go into battle and fight for his life. He did not know whether the two immortals gave them divine power, but at least such a powerful wish would not be wasted. Now the two saints, the Tontian Dragon King, appeared in Donghai Kingdom. Chapter 736. Fangwen Mountain stood in the northwest of the capital of Donghai Nation. It had always been the place where the royal family offered sacrifices to the East Peak and the Four Blasphemies. There was a huge rock protruding from the top of the mountain, slanting to the south. It was called the Heavenly Stone. When the monarch of Donghai Nation offered sacrifices to heaven and earth and blasphemed the four gods, he set up an altar here. But now, this important place of national sacrifice had become someone else's. A few days ago, Rong Jun's vanguard of more than 30,000 soldiers captured the Sima Station, an important town in the north of the capital. Following that, the 100,000 soldiers from a middle army marched straight in and surrounded the capital of Donghai Nation. They didn't even give the royal family of Donghai a chance to escape to the east. And now, on this heaven-seeking stone, there's a person standing against the wind. He didn't look young anymore. His hair was gray like frost on his temples. His black and white hair were mixed together and combed into a meticulous Taoist bun. There was a five-thunder golden lotus crown on his bun and a nine heavens descending cloud sword in it. He looked extraordinary. His eyebrows were long, but the tips of his eyebrows were also pale. This contrasted with the noble aura of the golden crown and made him look more mature. There was a long beard on his lips, cheeks, and chin, but it was also black and white. This man looked like a Taoist master in his 40s or 50s. He was indeed wearing a purple ribbon 8 trigrams immortal robe. The robe glowed with mystic light. It was obviously not an ordinary item. Looking to the south, he could vaguely see the huge city wall of Donghai Nation. If the weather was good, he could even see the golden roof of the palace shining in the sunlight like a small sun. But for this Taoist priest, whether the weather was good or bad, it did not hinder him from using his spiritual power. He could clearly see the situation in the capital. He could even see the cold light shining on the weapons in everyone's hands. Rong Jun's army had reached the city wall, and the imperial guards were defending it. In fact, the elite soldiers of Donghai Nation had been defeated by Rong Jun. The tens of thousands of people in the capital were just a motley crew, but the city wall of the capital was the same as the city wall of any nation on Midland. When the foundation was laid and built, the Taoist priests or swordsmen of Xianmen had set up powerful magic arrays. Now, they had truly reached an unprecedented level of danger. The spirit design that no one had ever thought would actually be activated had finally been activated. The 8 golden gates of the capital of Donghai Kingdom emitted a dazzling light. The light converged in the sky and formed a huge shield that enveloped the entire city. The power source of this magic formation was the feng shui chi points under the capital city, the dragon chi of the emperor in the city, and the chi of the people in the city. The cultivator who presided over the magic formation gathered these chi in one place and withstood 3 rounds of fierce attacks by Rong Jun. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that the capital of Donghai was impregnable, and it was impossible to take it down. There was another person beside the Taoist priest. It was a general in full armor. With his hand on the sword at his waist, he paced back and forth. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he craned his neck and looked into the distance. But this place was dozens of miles away from where the 2 armies were fighting, and he was immortal, so how could he see it? At most, he could only hear some sounds occasionally. But the sound was faint and indistinct, and he could not tell how many times the drum was struck or whether it was the gong. After a while, the general became anxious. He suddenly stared at the Taoist priest in front of him, as if he wanted to shout something. But then he thought of something, hurriedly took a deep breath, and clenched his fists. The words he wanted to say had already come out of his mouth, and his expression had changed. I say, Saint, I'm not in the formation, and I'm really anxious. If you want to do something, just do it yourself. Why do you want to stay here? Saint, the three armies can't be without a commander. If His Majesty knows that I'm not in the formation, and the capital city has not been conquered for a long time, I'm afraid my head will. The Taoist priest turned his head and glanced at him, and the general quickly stopped talking, only frowning. Seeing him like this, the old Taoist smiled and said, General Zhang, have you forgotten your background? You were originally from the Black Stockade village, and you were an executioner by your Majesty's side. If you want to talk about killing and robbing, maybe you're good at it. But if you want to talk about commanding tens of thousands of troops, that's not what you're good at. The general was obviously not convinced, and he stared again. I've fought and won. It's because you've gathered many defeated generals who are good at using troops. That's their credit. The Taoist priest smiled. But you've also contributed. Your credit doesn't lie in attacking the city, but in using those people well. But today's situation is different. The three armies have joined forces to attack the capital, and other than you, the other two are surrendered generals. If you're here, you'll naturally become a commander. Since you become a commander, you'll naturally ruin things. So it's not like me sitting here and watching the tiger and letting the other two do what they're good at. After receiving such an evaluation, this General Zhang was obviously not convinced. But he was afraid of the identity of the person in front of him and could only mutter a few words. Since Saint has spoken, I naturally don't dare to say anything else. But if I'm not here, this city can't be conquered. Saint, look. As he spoke, he pointed forward. From here, you can see the golden light over there. They should have set up a formation. Right now, it's already been 8 hours, and we can still hear the sound of the golden drum. It's obvious that they haven't taken it down yet. Saint, when we attacked the capital cities of the Qi Kingdom and the Lu Kingdom, the people inside had already escaped, and they didn't have the time to use this kind of formation. But now, our three armies are considered to be alone, and there are still bandits in the Qi Kingdom and the Lu Kingdom. If something happens, this formation is easy to break. The Taoist priest lightly interrupted him and raised his eyes to look into the distance. It's just a true state and two transcendent state controlling the formation. To break it, it's just a matter of raising a hand. The general was stunned, and then he laughed. Saint, I don't believe you. If it's really a matter of raising a hand, why haven't you done anything after watching for so long? The Taoist priest also laughed. Fine, I'll break it for you. After saying this, he raised his hand and flicked his thumb and middle finger. There was no strange phenomenon or strange sound in front of him. The wind on the cliff was still howling, and the fog between the valleys was not disturbed. Even the monkeys were still chirping, and the birds were still chirping. But after 2 breaths, the golden light in the distance disappeared. After another 3 or 4 breaths, the general behind Lao Dao heard the sound of rolling thunder, but the thunder didn't come from the sky. It came from the ground. The general was shocked, and he widened his eyes to look into the distance, but he still couldn't see anything. He could only ask anxiously, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?" The Taoist priest flicked his fingers and walked down from the heaven-seeking stone. I killed the true state Taoist priest controlling the formation, so the formation was naturally broken. Soon, the northeast and the west gate will be broken, and the capital city will be conquered in a few hours. General Zhang was stunned for a while. Then he shouted, "Saint, if it's so easy for you to break the formation, why didn't you do it earlier? Why did you watch so many people die?" The Taoist priest smiled mysteriously and shook his head. "I acted too early. It may not be a good thing. Now look, many people have died in the past few hours, but they were all killed by humans. If I had acted when we attacked the north, I'm afraid that more people would have died." The general was stunned for a while, and he roughly understood the Taoist priest's words. Both the enemy and our side had powerful people helping them. But these powerful people only acted when they had no other choice. Usually, they secretly restrained each other. If there were powerful people fighting for everything, it would eventually turn into a fight between immortals. General Zhang had experienced the might of this great sage's attack. He knew that if these two saints fought in the formation, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people would die in just one encounter. He heard the Taoist priest say again, "But I called you here to tell you something else. Listen carefully." His voice became slightly lower. "I'm going to leave for a few days, and I'll leave today. What happened here today is actually like this. I could have easily broken the formation in the capital city. But when I was about to use my divine ability on the heaven-seeking stone, my expression suddenly changed, as if I had heard some incredible news. Then, my face turned ashen, and I lost all of my usual elegance. At this time, the Rong army was attacking the city, and there were many casualties. You wanted to ask me what happened, but you didn't dare to. You could only wait for a long time, and then you asked me. So I killed the cultivator who was in charge of the formation in the city, and then..." The Taoist priest slowed down his voice and looked at General Zhang. "I flew away in a daze. When you go back, you must tell this to your bodyguards. Ask them if they had done something wrong and offended me, causing me to leave in anger. After that, you must strictly order your bodyguards not to tell anyone about this, or else they will be beheaded. Ask one person on the first night and another person on the second night. When the capital city is broken and the situation is stabilized, you must drink more wine at the celebration banquet. After drinking, when you are drunk, mention this to the two surrendered generals and also tell them not to tell anyone." Do you remember what I said? When Lao Dao said the first few words, General Zhang was still confused and he didn't understand. But after he said a few more words in a low voice, the general's expression slowly became dull. Except for nodding, he didn't do anything else. His eyes also lost focus, looking at somewhere behind Lao Dao, and no one knew what he was looking at. When the last few words were said, General Zhang was like a wooden man, and he even forgot to nod. About 3 breaths later, he sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he was convulsing. He suddenly sobered up and shouted, "Saint, Saint!" But the Taoist in front of him was gone, and there were only birds chirping and monkeys crying on the cliff. General Zhang opened his eyes wide, and he looked left and right in panic. When he didn't see anyone, he sighed and complained, Oh, what did I say wrong? Why did the saint just leave? I didn't say anything. I just urged him. Oh, why did he disappear? Hey, oh, damn, what time is it now? Why am I here? Someone come here. How is the battle situation? Chapter 737. A few days later, the news that the Tongtian Dragon King of the Rhone Kingdom's 2 saints went all the way to Donghai spread. It was said that the Rhone Kingdom's army was in a stalemate in the capital of Donghai Kingdom, but the Tongtian Dragon King, whose real name was Lu Gongzan, did not show up. After that, Zhang Pulu, the general of the Rhone Kingdom's southern punitive army, returned to his tent and was furious. But his soldiers felt that the general was using his anger to cover up his uneasiness. General Zhang did not have many accomplishments in commanding and military affairs. He was far inferior to the 2 surrendered generals of the other 2 armies. The reason why he could control the other 2 armies was that he was an old acquaintance of Emperor Rome. The southern punitive army often relied on the magical power of the 2 saints to conquer cities and territories. But now that the 2 saints suddenly left, he had no one to rely on, so he began to feel guilty. After another 3 or 4 days, there was no more news. The Rhone Kingdom held a celebration party after conquering the capital of Donghai Kingdom. Zhang Pulu got drunk at the banquet. After drinking, he pulled someone over to talk. It turned out that before Lu Gongzan left that day, his expression was flustered and he looked extremely uneasy. The Tongtian Dragon King had always been an immortal in the eyes of the soldiers of the Rhone Kingdom. And he was, but something made him lose his composure like that. Was it true or not? If everyone was sure of what happened, they would realize the seriousness of the matter and keep their mouths shut. But if everyone was guessing the truth of the matter and suspected that General Zhang was talking nonsense after drinking, they would have the desire to talk about it. The phrase "keep their mouths shut" had always been a beautiful yearning. Therefore, General Zhang's private words spread quickly. Many people on Midland heard the news and took action. But 1 year ago, Lu Gongzan was just a nobody. Most people knew little about him. Only the most powerful and well-informed people knew what it meant for him to leave in a hurry. When the Purple Knight Immortal, who was in charge of Penglai, heard the news, it was already 3 days after Lu Gongzan left Donghai Kingdom. He was stunned for a while before he sent Qin Fengzi to him. The hall where Lord Donghai used to discuss matters with his subordinates remained unchanged. The people of the lifeless immortal sect installed many everlasting lamps in the hall, causing this place to not be as gloomy and cold as before. The Purple Knight, enlightened, sat on Lord Donghai's former throne while Qin Fengzi stood below. The true state cultivator studied the necromancer for a while before saying, "What kind of person do you think Li Yunxin is?" The hall was spacious. His voice echoed in the hall, making it sound hollow. Although Qin Fengzi was someone close to the 10,000-year-old ancestor, he couldn't be compared to the Purple Knight, enlightened master. In the past, he had only seen him from afar a few times. At that time, he was surrounded by a group of high-grade cultivators that disciples like Qin Fengzi could not approach. Because one belonged to the sect of cultivators and the other belonged to the sect of necromancers, the two of them could not be said to be familiar with each other. Even after they returned from fighting with Li Yunxin, they were sent by the Patriarch to serve the Purple Knight Immortal. Facing such a question, Qin Fengzi revealed a slightly frightened expression. This sentence made him feel as if he had become a close friend of this enlightened master, and he could chat with him casually. But he knew that was not the case. So he thought for a while before answering. In front of the enlightened master, I don't dare to make a rash decision. The Purple Knight, enlightened master, leaned forward. His clothes rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. He looked at Qin Fengzi with interest. I heard that you used to be in the vast army and escaped to Li Yunxin's side, and he spared your life. Later, I heard that he killed hundreds of thousands of elite sea demons in a frenzy. But at such a time, he spared your life and handed you over to the Patriarch. Yet you say that you don't dare to make a rash decision. Are you lying? Qin Fengzi was silent for a while before saying, "At that time, I had a conflict of interest with him. He spared my life because I was useful to him." The Purple Knight, enlightened master, laughed. "In that case, you have a good impression of him." Qin Fengzi frowned. "The Patriarch said that he is a great enemy of our sect." The enlightened master laughed and waved his hand. "No need to be so cautious. Qin Fengzi, I know you. You are a diligent necromancer. The Patriarch likes you, and I have a good impression of you as well. There are only the two of us here, and I am not testing you." At this point, he stopped laughing and sighed. "Actually, my impression of Li Yunxin isn't bad. The Patriarch said that Li Yunxin pretended to be courteous with him, but was actually harboring evil intentions. But I met him before he went to Dragon Island and spoke to him for a while. Just from what he said, I feel that the Patriarch might not be telling the truth. At that time, he clearly did not have any ill intentions towards our sect." Qin Fengzi was silent. The Purple Knight, enlightened master, stared at him for a while and said calmly, "It seems that I know what you think of him." He stood up from the throne and walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. He sighed and said, "It seems that the rumors are indeed untrustworthy. There are many rumors about Li Yunxin. They all say that he is a sinister, cunning, and ruthless person. Such a person should be deserted by everyone and have no friends to entrust him to." Before I met him, I thought so too. But now that I have met him, I feel that he is not what I imagined him to be. When I learned what happened afterwards, my opinion of him was greatly improved. One is me. He pointed at himself, then at Qin Fengzi. The other is me. He is one of the smart people in the sect. Both of us have a good impression of him, which means that this is the truth. Qin Fengzi was slightly frightened. How can I be compared to the enlightened master? The Purple Knight, enlightened master, laughed. You are so cautious and fearful. Why, do you think that I am disloyal to the sect because of that Li Yunxin, Or do you think that I am testing you on purpose to see if you are disloyal? Seeing that Qin Fengzi did not speak, he shook his head. Neither. Qin Fengzi, listen to my orders. After saying the last two sentences, he became serious. Qin Fengzi was slightly startled. Yes. The Patriarch told me that Li Yunxin caused trouble on Dragon Island again. The immortal Lord Shinryu is currently cultivating and cannot be distracted to deal with him. Thus, the Patriarch planned to lure him out of Dragon Island. I am asking you about your impression of him because the Patriarch's plan is to use a few people to lure him out. If he really is a heartless person, then the Patriarch's plan needs to be discussed. But now, since the Patriarch, me, and you all think that Li Yunxin is a sentimental person, it means that he also has a weakness. When he was insignificant, he befriended an artist called Lu Gongzan in Wei City. Although there were many obstacles after that, he still took care of that person. It can be seen that Lu Gongzan is very important to him. The Patriarch's plan is very simple. Spread the news that Li Yunxin is in danger on Dragon Island, and see if that Lu Gongzan will come to save him. If he really comes, it means that this plan can be used. I just received news that Lu Gongzan did abandon Rong Jun a few days ago and hurried to the EC. It seems that he has fallen into a trap. So, there's something I need you to do. Go find Lu Gongzan. Tell him that you're also Li Yunxin's friend and are dissatisfied with the immortal sect. Now, I can't bear to see Li Yunxin fall into a trap and his friend fall into a trap. So, I'm going to inform him. Zhenren, Qin Fengzi hurriedly interrupted him. Why should I do this? It's not that I don't want to work for the immortal sect, but I am afraid that my own stupidity will ruin the Patriarch's plan. Because you are the most suitable person for this matter. The Zhenren looked at him meaningfully. What you said to him is all based on facts. You are someone who can say a few words in front of the Patriarch. The Patriarch sees you as a genius in magic. You were placed in a vast army to be the commander of the necromancers. He originally planned to use you after a period of experience. You should think so. But when the immortal sect was in trouble, no one actually informed you. As a result, you and the other disciples were in danger. You had no choice but to seek a way out from Li Yunxin, and he actually saved you. One side is resentment, and the other side is kindness. After spending a few days with Li Yunxin, he became quite kind to you. He also discussed arrays and spells with you, which greatly benefited you. It is not strange that you became disloyal and even went to inform the immortal sect. I heard that Lu Gongzan is a true disciple of Li Yunxin, and he's also very good at scheming. Only if you go, he may believe you. If it were someone else, I am afraid that they would be seen through immediately. Tell me, who else but you should go this time? Qin Fengzi's face turned pale. His body swayed twice, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting, Zhenren, please understand. I have absolutely no such intention. The Purple Knight Immortal sighed. Do you still think that I am testing you? Stand up and talk. What is this? Qin Fengzi refused to get up. Even if you are not testing me, I have absolutely no such intention. Moreover, if Lu Gongzan is as meticulous as you said, how would he believe me? Even if I go and tell him the reason you mentioned, it will only be between betrayal and non-betrayal. The immortal sect has given me a new lease of life. If I betray them, just because I suffered some grievances here and gained some benefits there, isn't it too far-fetched? The Purple Knight Immortal smiled. You have also thought of this. Very good. This shows that you are suitable for this kind of thing. Qin Fengzi, Li Yunxin became a great demon a long time ago, and Lu Gongzan was just a poor old painter at that time. At that time, the two of them did not spend much time together, and there should not be any deep feelings between them. But Li Yunxin valued him, saved him several times, and showed kindness to him. Think about it. If the two of them were ordinary people in the marketplace and only used common sense to think about things, how could they have come to this stage today? Whether it is Li Yunxin or Lu Gongzan, they are all people of character. When people of character do things, a thought or a look to their liking will make them friends for life and death. Now that you go to see him, you will become a person of character. When Lu Gongzan sees you like this, he will feel that Li Yunxin is worthy of you. The flaw you mentioned is actually the best guarantee. Qin Fengzi was silent for a while, and slowly stood up. In that case, Zhenren wants me to do this errand. Sigh. Fine. Chapter 738. If it was the Lord of the Eastern Sea or any other sovereign, he would have ordered the servants to leave at this point. But Spiritual Master Purple Knight seemed to be very interested in Qin Fengzi. After looking at him for a while, he said, "Junior Marshal Brother, why did you sigh?" Qin Fengzi hesitated for a while, as if he didn't know what to say next. But when he looked up at Spiritual Master Purple Knight again, he found that the other's eyes were meaningful. Then an idea came into his mind, and before he could know what it was, the words had slipped out of his mouth, as if they were possessed by some supernatural force. "I heard that after you returned to Roashui with serious injuries, you lost your cultivation and became a ghost cultivator. I also heard that the root of a ghost cultivator's existence is an obsession." Qin Fengzi looked at him. What is Spiritual Master's obsession? This question seemed to have nothing to do with what they were going to talk about today. It shouldn't be asked by Qin Fengzi, who was still trembling with fear, and it shouldn't be asked by anyone. The obsession of a ghost cultivator was a matter of life and death. If it was known by others, the consequences could be serious or light. If an expert designed according to the obsession, it would be very disadvantageous to the ghost cultivator. But when Spiritual Master Purple Knight heard it, he didn't immediately answer or reprimand. His expression became even more profound. After looking at the servants with a scrutinizing gaze, he smiled instead. "My obsession is the same as everyone else's in the Celestial Gate, to return to the mainland and rebuild the Celestial Gate. On this point, Ancestor has taught us by example and made us remember it every day. I am no exception. Elder Ancestor once said that if anyone dares to challenge the belief of our lifeless immortal gate, everyone has the right to kill them. What I am doing now, I feel that I am following the teachings of our lifeless immortal gate's master, and I have a clear conscience. Junior Marshal Brother, what do you think?" Qin Fengzi looked straight at him, as if he needed to use a lot of strength to say the next sentence. But when all the strength was added together, in the end, it only became a hoarse sentence that echoed softly in the empty hall. The great formation that the ancestors set up in a vast sea. What is it for? Spiritual Master Purple Knight revealed an imperceptible smile. He paced around the hall with his hands behind his back, then turned to look at Qin Fengzi. "What you asked is the question that many people in the sect wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. I wasn't wrong about you. I once asked the ancestor this question." He paused and looked at Qin Fengzi. "Then the ancestor ordered me to see Li Yunxin. Perhaps it's because both of us have the same question. That's why he sent you to me. On this trip, we'll act according to circumstances," Reverend Violet Knight said softly. "We'll take a good look and see what kind of person Lu Gongzan is." Again, he emphasized, adapt to the situation. About 3 to 4 breaths later, Qin Fengzi said in a low voice, "I understand. Then let's go." The capital of Donghai Nation had fallen for several days. The northern half of this small country was already under Emperor Rome's rule, but the southern half was still in chaos. The resistance army, the revolutionary army, and the ambitious people all appeared, and it was even more chaotic than the occupied area in the north. In the midst of all this chaos, it was already the end of the year, the last day of the year. However, the fall of the country was imminent, and it seemed that not many people cared about such things, except for Baishui Town on the southeast coast. In fact, more than a month ago, Baishui Town had already been occupied by the troops of Sea King Liu Fei. Half a month after Liu Baishui's fleet went out to sea, pirates who had been active on the ocean suddenly launched a large-scale attack. After 3 battles, they wiped out the Donghai Navy and landed there. At that time, many people were puzzled by the behavior of the pirates. They could come and go freely on the sea, but on land, they were like tigers in a cage, waiting for the Donghai Nation's army to encircle them. Only then did they realize that the pirates had foresight. Soon after Baishui town was occupied, Emperor Rong's army went all the way south. The war at the border had already caused them to be badly battered. Who would care about the scabies here to relieve the itch? So today, there was no war in Baishui town, and people lived as usual. Many ignorant people even thought that after the arrival of the pirates, their lives were better than before. Since there was no government, they didn't have to pay taxes at the end of the year, and they could eat for many days. Liu Fei, who had always been famous but had never seen his real face, issued several laws to strictly prohibit disturbances, theft, and other acts. He also opened the government's granary and distributed large tracts of land that originally belonged to the officials and nobles. Although most of the land was distributed to the pirates who came from the sea, at least the townspeople felt that the pirates would not have any evil intentions now that they had a livelihood. It also made them feel that these people didn't seem to want to plunder and then return to the sea, but intended to operate here for a long time. What's more, many people were surprised to find that a considerable number of the pirates were people they knew in the past. For example, someone who killed a notorious country squire in a rage because his land was seized and his family was separated. Everyone thought he was long dead. For example, someone who set a fire at night to take revenge because his sister, who was a servant in the county magistrate's family, was beaten to death. Everyone thought he was long dead. Many such examples made the townspeople feel more cordial, and they began to realize that the pirates were not as heinous as they were rumored to be. Many people who couldn't survive on the land, or who had a deep hatred for others, went there. The people didn't know much about legal principles and laws. Their situation and limited knowledge made them naturally sympathize with people who were of the same class and had similar experiences as them. The atmosphere created by this kind of simple kindness made the town even more peaceful. Only a very small number of people would notice and think about such a thing. Just like not all the rich were arrogant and lascivious, not all the poor were simple and kind. Among the many pirates, there must be many who committed crimes and were cruel and violent. Otherwise, the Sea King Liu Fei wouldn't have been in a stalemate with the government and the army for so many years, but now there were no such people in the town. However, this also made them realize the depth of Sea King Liu Fei's intentions. They really planned to come here and not leave. Because of these reasons, on this day at the end of the year, Whitewater Town was more lively than usual. Red lanterns were hung under the eaves of the houses. Since early in the morning, every family was busy taking off the faux characters and couplets that had been exposed to the wind and sun for a year and replacing them with new ones. Smoke was coming out of the chimneys. The housewives were busy frying, and the whole town was filled with the fragrance of meat and oil. There was residual snow on the streets, and the wind was biting. But with hot food in their stomachs and money in their arms, they didn't feel cold even when facing the wind. This was also thanks to the pirates who landed on the land. It was said that the Sea King Liu Fei distributed his personal wealth to the townspeople, and every family received 2 taels of silver. Those who were old, weak, sick, or disabled in their families had more meat and a pot of oil. Such a peaceful scene attracted many refugees. But the Sea King set up a porridge stall 10 miles away from the town and sent a team of strong and fierce-looking pirates to guard it. He only selected some young and strong people who were skilled or had curable diseases and let them into the town. The rest were blocked outside the town. But even so, the new owner of Whitewater Town won a good reputation. At the moment, the new owner was in the big house of the EC Inn. Nearly 2 months ago, he had a pleasant conversation with a guest from the north here. Now there were still 2 people in the house, but the scene was very different. Liu Fei, or Liu Baishui, wrapped himself in a heavy fur cloak, leaned against the stove, and looked out of the window with a gloomy expression. This was the highest point of Whitewater Town, and he could see the bustling scene in the town. If one had magical power and good hearing, he could hear many people talking about how good the Sea King Liu Fei was. But he didn't seem to be interested in these things. He sighed, stretched out his hand from the fur, grabbed the wine bottle on the low table, and quickly retracted it, as if he was afraid of the cold. After warming it for a while, he drank a mouthful of wine. I wasn't like this before. Lu Baishui sighed again. 2 months ago, when the Yunxin was here, I wasn't afraid of the cold at all. You are immortal, and you can't stand the turbulence of spiritual power during the battle of magical power. You're lucky that you're still alive. Another person was like him before, standing on the balcony with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea. When he said this, he turned around. It was Lu Gongzan, who was rumored to be heading to the East Sea in a panic. But now you're on land, and you're an old friend of Prince Rome. He has promised to let you govern Whitewater Town, and in the future, you could be considered a feudal lord, which is better than drifting on the sea. Lu Gongzan looked at his complexion. It's not impossible to make your body better. I can teach you a set of martial arts. As long as you can calm your mind and practice hard, your body will be as strong as before in a few years, or as long as 30 years. If you continue to practice hard, you can. Lu Baishui raised his hand lazily. That's enough. Before I met you, I was a little interested in these things. After that, forget it. I saw the immortals on the sea with my own eyes. I saw the immortals fighting. In the past, when I was at Aquarius Bay, I already felt that the East Sea's water demons were terrifying. But that night, when I saw Li Yunxin fighting with someone, I realized that there really are such methods in this world. Sai, you people, you either had a fortuitous encounter or started to temper your mind from a young age. As for me, humph, he laughed and drank another mouthful of wine. After all these years of wandering, I can't calm my mind. Now that I've seen these things, I feel even more indifferent to everything. Cultivation, forget it. Those people in the town think that immortals are all good, eating from a golden rice bowl and sleeping on a white jade bed. But now I know that being an immortal isn't necessarily happy, and I'm afraid it's even more dangerous. Thanks to you, he dragged out his voice and curled his lips. I have this town justifiably. Being able to settle down my brothers can also be considered as getting rid of a disaster on the sea. From now on, I'll retire here. I have an endless supply of gold and silver, and if I practice my knife every day, I might be able to live for another 30 to 50 years. It's considered a happy life for mortals. Chapter 739. Lu Gongzan nodded and walked to the window. You can see it clearly. Because of this, you will be happier than many people in the future. Lu Baishui curled his lips again. Alas, this is my fate. It is indeed your fate. Lu Gongzan smiled. On my way here, many villages and towns were destroyed in the tsunami. Only your Whitewater town is safe. It is also God's will. Lu Baishui laughed. God's will? What is God's will? Why do you think I chose to live in Whitewater Town? The terrain here is special. The waves of the tsunami will be divided into 2 sides when they reach the sea. It has not been like this for thousands of years. It is my good judgment. I say, old immortal, what on earth are you doing here? Is Li Yunxin in trouble? Lu Gongzan was silent for a while by the window and whispered, I plan to celebrate the new year with him at the end of the year. Alas, then he is in trouble. Lu Baishui raised his eyebrows. What kind of trouble can a person like him have? He is like an immortal. There are many immortals and demons. Lu Gongzan let out a sigh. I will stay here for a while. I will stay here for a day or a few days. Don't reveal my whereabouts. Lu Baishui raised the small wine jar and rolled his eyes. Happy New Year. When it was dark and the red lanterns on the street were lit, a seemingly down-and-out painter came to the door of the Donghai Inn. He was about 50 or 60 years old, and his skin was like tree bark. He was wearing a Taoist robe that was neither old nor new. It looked like it had just been washed and ironed with hot water by an iron ladle. When he appeared at the door, the waiter thought he was here to ask for money. The kitchen of the Donghai Inn had been working hard these days, and they had to steam dozens of pounds of steamed buns every day. The waiter had been busy all day and was freezing in front of the door. He was eager to get rid of the steamed buns that were as hard as stones so that he could go home after work for New Year's Eve. So when he saw Lao Dao, he quickly opened the steamer and put the steamed buns in the white curtain. As he stuffed the steamed buns into the white curtain, He exhaled white gas. Come on, take them all away. Let's all go home for the new year. Hearing this, the old painter coughed. I didn't come to ask for a reward. I am here to look for someone. As he spoke, he stood to the side. It was as if the man's words had insulted his character. Annoyed, the waiter threw the steamed bun back into the steamer and frowned. Who are you looking for? Who do you know here? Are you from outside? He coughed to make himself look solemn. Lao Dao. I'm looking for... There's no one you're looking for, huh? The waiter raised his face and ignored him. Lao Dao also frowned and looked at him, but he did not leave. Instead, he took 2 steps to the side and stood by the door of the inn without saying a word. The waiter thought he didn't know how to appreciate kindness and wanted him to stand there and suffer in the cold. About an hour later, a few people came to ask for the remaining steamed buns. Only then did the waiter pack up his things and plan to return to the inn. At this time, he looked to the side and saw that Lao Dao was shivering in the cold, but he still straightened his back and tried his best to look solemn and dignified. But the darker the night, the stronger the wind. The old man was so cold that he sniffed his nose. No matter what, he couldn't be dignified. His heart softened and he sighed. Ah, good. You can really endure it. Who are you looking for? Today, I'm the only waiter in the inn. The others are our boss. Are you looking for the wrong place? Lao Dao trembled and said, Aye. At this time, Lu Baishui came out of the inn. His whole body was wrapped in fur. Only his face was exposed. He seemed to be taking a breather at the door. The waiter hurriedly turned his face. Boss, there's someone looking for someone. Lu Baishui glanced at Lao Dao, thought for a moment, and waved his hand. Call him in. He turned around and went back. The waiter looked at Lao Dao. Ah, how can you say this? Why didn't you say you were looking for our boss earlier? Master Dao, please come in, please come in. Lao Dao nodded to the waiter. He looked down at his Taoist robe, then combed his beard and walked in. There were only 3 oil lamps in the inn, so it was very dim. The old painter entered the door and was about to find his way when he heard a voice coming from the east stairs. Go to the 3rd floor, room number 1. He calmed himself down and followed the voice up the stairs. On the 3rd floor, he squinted his eyes and searched for a while. He found room number 1 at the end of the corridor. He stood in front of the door and hesitated for a moment. He reached out and knocked on the door. But the door opened by itself, and a gust of warm air blew into his face. Then he could clearly see the inside of the room. There were no candles, but it was very bright. It was like the afternoon, and there was a warm yellow light. A black-haired Taoist priest in his 40s or 50s was also wearing a Taoist robe and sitting in front of a table. This Taoist priest's Taoist robe was also simple and pale blue, but there was not a single crease on it, as if it was woven by flowing water. The old painter saw his face and hurriedly said, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Forgive me. Forgive me. As he spoke, he was about to leave, but he saw the person raise his head. Brother Zhao, you're right. It's me, Lu Gongzan. Lao Dao was stunned. He stared at him for a while, as if he didn't know what to say. At that moment, someone in the town set off firecrackers. Only after a series of popping sounds did he regain his consciousness. He blinked his eyes. You? I. As he spoke, he walked into the room as if he was sleepwalking. He didn't know how he sat down next to Lu Gongzan. He didn't know what he was thinking. He stared at him for a long time, then said, You should be 66 this year. After saying this, he seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly shut his mouth. When he saw Lu Gongzan with his own eyes, he was so surprised that he almost forgot his current identity. In the months that he left Li Yunxin, Lu Gongzan did something that Li Yunxin couldn't do. He established his own intelligence network, even if this network was very loose and not presentable in the eyes of many people. He used to be a down-and-out painter who traveled the martial arts world. Although he didn't have any skills, he had a particularly clever mouth because he was disheartened by the affairs of the world. He went to many cities and countries and also met many painters. The profession of a painter was relatively special. The more skilled ones could own a temple or a Taoist temple. Those who were even more brilliant could become the honored guest of the nobles and ministers. If they could reach the highest realm that mortals could reach, they could even become officials. Therefore, Painters seemed to be naturally more noble than ordinary people. They could slightly pry into the world of the Taoist cultivators. But they were also rooted in the secular world, which also made them a group with a certain degree of exclusivity. Lao Dao had traveled the martial arts world and could be said to have a wide range of friends. Although he couldn't be considered a close friend, his relationships with people were not bad. Therefore, in the months that he traveled the world, he found some old friends that he had made in the past. When he met those with good talent and got along well, he would pass on some painting techniques. His cultivation technique came from Li Yunxin. It was a technique that had been lost for a long time. Today, there were only 4 people in the world who truly knew this technique. As one of them, and with a cultivation that could be said to ascend to the heavens in the cultivation world, how could people not worship him? It was also because of him that many painters knew that more than 1,000 years ago, there were decent cultivators who could stand on equal footing with the cultivators of the orthodoxies and sword sections. There are not only 2 Taoist orthodox sects in the world, but 3. These painters, who had been covered by dust for 1,000 years, were suppressed by Daotong and Kinzo for being unorthodox sects. It turned out that they were set up. Now, as Lu Gongzan rose to the top, these painters, who were scattered all over Midland, immediately realized that they had found a backbone, a strong and powerful core. Not only did they have the legal orthodoxy, but they also had practical benefits. Therefore, Lu Gongzan had gradually become the #1 painter in the world. However, he was never willing to accept this position. He said that the real master of the art of painting was currently traveling the world. When that master came back, the art of painting would be revived. As long as something could bring great benefits to people, and someone started it, there would naturally be many others who would actively complete the rest. Without Lu Gongzan doing it himself, these painters had already formed a loose group and divided themselves into different classes. After that, they would offer everything they had done to this old man, and thus, a basic channel of information would be formed. This was not the first time for Lu Gongzan to use this channel. Rongjun had conquered cities and conquered territories with an irresistible force, and those painters had contributed a lot. This man in front of him was also an old friend of Lu Gongzan. Today, he came here to deliver a message. However, seeing that his old friend had become so much younger and had such a great temperament, he felt like he had fallen into a dream and even lost his composure. Outside the door, he tried his best to look serious because he didn't want to be looked down upon by others. But now, he realized that all his efforts were in vain. Nevertheless, Lu Gongzan had seen this kind of situation many times. He smiled and said, "Time doesn't matter in cultivation. Brother Zhao, what message do you have for me?" Painter Zhao silently pinched his own thigh to wake himself up. He started regretting sitting so close to Ji Hao. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he couldn't breathe next to Lu Gongzan. There seemed to be some kind of powerful aura around him. Painter Zhao started to feel that his Taoist robe didn't fit him well, and he had too much white hair. His face was too shriveled, and his appearance was somewhat comical. This caused his body to slowly wither, as if he could shrink so that he couldn't be seen. He also didn't have the clear speech he had when he was outside the door. He stammered, "Yes, yes, Lao Dao Chui, that Lao Dao Chui, the one from Chuzhou City. You might not remember him, but he's now my superior." Hall Master, say that Lu Gongzan looked at him tolerantly, not in a hurry. Painter Zhao's current appearance reminded him of himself in the past. Not too long ago, he might have been like this in front of Brother Xian. Brother Xian also wasn't in a hurry at that time. He smiled again, picked up the wine pot on the table, poured him a cup of light wine, and pushed it in front of him. "Yes, I remember. Today is New Year's Eve, Brother Zhao. We 2 old brothers can be considered fated. Come, drink a cup of wine and warm yourself up first. Speak slowly." Painter Zhao used both hands to carefully pick up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He felt a wave of warmth rise from his stomach, and his body immediately became slightly livelier. Thus, he spoke more quickly. "Yes, This Lao Dao Chui told me to say that recently there was someone who said he was looking for you. He said he had news of a friend of yours, said your friend is at sea. He told everything he knew in bits and pieces, drinking 3 more cups of light wine in the process. After 4 cups of wine, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. Since he was a painter, he had naturally tried to refine qi, but to no avail. But now, after drinking Lu Gongzhan's wine, he felt as if there was a trickle of water flowing through his meridians, as if a perennially dry river had been added with running water, nourishing his bones and muscles. After he finished speaking, he was no longer as nervous and embarrassed. Only then did he realize the changes in his body. He knew that the person in front of him, Lu Gongzhan, had definitely given him benefits. The benefits that ordinary people in the secular world wanted were nothing more than money and power. Although the two were rare, there was always a possibility. But how could the benefits that he had obtained be something that money and power could compare to? Perhaps it meant cultivation and longevity. Joy and excitement surged in Painter Zhao's heart, such that he didn't know how to sit or what to say. It was like a person who had obtained a precious treasure and was holding it in his bosom. He was eager to take out to have a look and examine it, but he did not dare to close his eyes and meditate in front of Lu Gongzhan. Lu Gongzhan listened to the news he brought, thought for a moment, and let out a light breath. Then, seeing through Painter Zhao's thoughts, he smiled faintly. Good, old Zhao, I've troubled you to make this trip. What you just drank was golden jade wine. It can connect the spirit and flow qi, strengthening the body. It will be of great benefit to your cultivation. In a moment, go back and find a quiet place to breathe and refine qi. Use a few days of effort to dissolve the medicinal strength. It will guarantee that you won't suffer from illness for the rest of your life. Painter Zhao immediately stood up after receiving this affirmative reply. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Lu Gongzhan nodded. I know what you're thinking. Everything is said without words. Go. When you run into old friends, tell them that I haven't forgotten them. Painter Zhao shut his mouth. He wiped his eyes, nodded heavily 3 times, and then hurriedly withdrew. After he left for a while, Lu Gongzhan stood up and slowly walked to the window. Painter Zhao wasn't the first person to bring this kind of news. In recent days, there had already been dozens of such messages. He believed that there would be even more in the coming days. Each person's description of claiming that Lu Gongzhan's friend was at sea had a different appearance and identity. This meant that someone was spreading the news, hoping to use this method to get in touch with him. In this boundless world, it was very difficult for a person to find another person. It wasn't difficult to meet, but to let that person know his intentions. The other party couldn't find him, so he cast a wide net. And he also had a net and many sources of information. In this way, when the 2 nets met, a lot of information would be gathered, and the person he wanted to find would always be found. This was a good method. The friend at sea naturally referred to Li Yunxin. The person who spread the news should be someone from the lifeless immortal sect. In the lifeless immortal sect, someone wanted to see him. But for what? He thought for a while, and heard the sound of firecrackers outside the window. Looking down from here, the lights of every house in Whitewater Town were lit, and it looked very warm. Brother Xian was at the Dragon Island on the sea. Dragon Island. What was it like? Right now, what kind of situation was he in? Lu Gongzhan really hoped that tonight. Even if it was just tonight, Li Yunxin wouldn't stay in some damp and cold place and wouldn't be too worried. So he let out a light breath and said in a low voice, Brother Xian, Happy New Year. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.